everybody. I hope you've had a good day. My Saturday's been full of doing a lot of projects that I've been putting off. So, and since I've got stuff out, I thought I'd show you how to do another flower center. This one is using braided ribbon that I got from Hobby Lobby when it was 50% off. It's in the ribbon section. Last time I showed you with the burlap ribbon. This time I'm going to show you with this. This one I don't mind working with because it doesn't get everywhere, and you know, it's easier than the burlap, and I don't have to roll it or anything. It's already braided. And I put that on there to hold it because when you take that off, it's going to start to come unbraided. So, but that's just temporary. It's just until I glue it onto the disc. So all you need is a ribbon. Another one of these discs that I got at the Dollar Tree. You get 2 for $1. And then some floral pins. And glue gun with some extra glue sticks because you're going to need it. And then these finger guards to protect your fingers from getting burnt. So, oh, these have glitter all over them. I need it. Now, like I did with the other one, I will speed this up some so that I don't keep you guys on here too long. Okay, so first thing I want to do is clip off this zip tie. Now if you see, when I take that off, it starts coming apart, it starts coming undone. That's why I always put that on there. So now to find the center, the last time I made it, I didn't do too well, but usually I'll measure because I'm a perfectionist. I can't help it, so I always want to keep everything. And this is not exactly 5 inches, but almost. So I will try and get that in there, and I will mark kind of halfway. And that would be like about there. And then I'll measure this way too because I don't want to get like there. So I say that right here is the center. The best that I can. Okay. And that hole isn't gonna matter because I'm gonna put glue down in it. So get started. First thing I'm gonna do is put some glue on this disc. I just plugged my glue gun in so it's not really warm hot yet. So I hope you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna push this down, try to hold it. And this is why these things are very important. Now before I had these, I had some some chopsticks that I got when we where we went out and eaten, and I would just use one of them to press down on it so I wouldn't burn my fingers like that. But now I have these, so I'll just hold it down until it's stuck. And then I'm going to come back over this because I want to hide that. I'll put a floral pin in there first. I almost forgot about that. Put it in there while the glue is still hot and soft. Then it will secure the floral pin because it will dry with. And you want to push it at an angle, not straight down, because you have to be careful. See, it'll come through. You don't want that to happen. So I'm going to pull that back out. sure I got the in there good. See now, I mean, there's a little bit sticking out, but that doesn't matter. And now I'm going to come back over this to hide that. So I'll put some glue there. And this isn't as bad for the glue to come through like the burlap ribbon was or is. So I'll just hold that for a little bit. And as you can hear, it's raining outside, so I hope I'm loud enough. I don't want to be too loud. My husband's in the living room watching basketball. Okay. Now if you happen to get a little bit of glue on this, like you can see right here, that's okay. Because when you're finished, you can go back over it with the blow dryer lightly and it'll make that melt and disappear. So now we just start putting glue on the disc, styrofoam disc, and laying this, going around. Laying this down, holding it. Yeah, I'll hold that there. Ow, it just got burnt. See, even though I've got these things, I still get burnt. At the beginning, I use a couple floral pins to get it secure, and then after I get started, not so much. Now, the floral pins I try to stick in between the braid of the ribbon, like that. You can see I've got it in between the braid there, and then the other one in. So, in the disc underneath. Okay. Alright. And we just keep going. This one is much easier than the burlap ribbon. And I think it's prettier, but that's just my preference. And I try to hold it as tight as I can, so there aren't any gaps that you can see the disc. Probably should put this on that finger. I've run out of styrofoam, so I want to start gluing it to the ribbon itself. And that way to make it wider. And with this one, I squeeze harder because I squeeze as hard as I can to try to fit these in with each other. See what I'm, so there aren't any, if you see any styrofoam through that, I just squeeze these in, push them. And when I put glue down, I try to squeeze it as tight as I can to try to, like that one's coming off, to try to fit them together. That is coming off. I'm going to put a pin there. Well, get that in there. It does not want to go. I don't know if that's on another, if it's stuck on another pin. That's one thing about using this pin. There we go. Is you have some in here, they can push against each other. I see I've got this gap here because I didn't hold it enough. I don't know if you can see right there. So I'm going to put just a little bit of glue there and then push that, not too much, and I try to get down in, so I don't get it on, try to get down in the little hole there. And then I'll hold that tight until it dries. And there might be a little bit of glue that you'll see there by my finger. You see a little bit of glue, but when I'm finished with this, I will go over it with the blow dryer on low, and it will melt the glue strings and little glue like that away, so you can't see them. Now, I'll start gluing it to itself. That's all I have left. You can see. So I'm going to bring it, it's going to cover that up there. And then I'm going to bring that kind of down to hide it. And put a pin there. Floral pin there. See, you can't see that because I hit it with the ribbon. Now, put some glue on the styrofoam. And put the very end of the ribbon there. Oh, and I got burnt. See, I still get burned, it doesn't matter. Now I'm going to put a floral pin. Try to get it over that ribbon. Make sure you catch all three. And that got bent. That didn't work. But make sure you get all three strands of the braid inside the floral pin. Because if you don't, the strand can come loose and then the braid will loosen up. But basically it. Okay. So there it is. Like I said, there are some spots where you can see some glue. Like right there, I'll probably put a dab of glue in there and then push that down and hold it until it dries. So you want it to cover that. And then I can go over it with the blow dryer and melt some of these little strings that you can see on it away, and touch up any of it that I need to. So that's basically it. Now to put it on the flower, it depends what kind of board or frame you use for the flower. But I usually, which I didn't think to show you guys, is if I have it on, if my flower is on a wire frame, I use this, and I ordered this from Craft Outlet. See the information there. But I'll take the frame, like I'll lay the frame on it, and I'll cut, draw, and then I'll cut this out, and I'll take zip ties and tie it to the frame. And then I'll take this, and I'll cut, usually I'll take 2 zip ties. Pipe cleaners. I'm not going to do it, I'm just going to show you guys, because I don't know what frame I'm going to be using this. I'll cut a piece of this off and cut it into, or 2 pieces, 2 little squares. And I'll take my pipe cleaners. I'll try to get them centered. I'll lay them like that. Or you could cross them, put glue on it, and I push the cardboard over it and press it down until it dries. And then I just feed these through the little squares like that, and I tie it in. Now, if I'm using like the Unique in the Creek board, that's easy. Sometimes I still do that, but then or you could just put glue on the board. Let me get. See, here's the Unique in the Creek board. You can either do the pipe cleaners through the holes, or you can just put glue on it and glue it directly to the board. So, you can do it like that. So, I can't think of any other tips to give about it, but I hope this was helpful to you guys. And I guess that's it. I'll let you guys go. And I hope you have a good night and a good Sunday tomorrow. Thank you for watching. And if you will, check out my page, Tina's Country Door, on Facebook, and Tina's Country Door on Instagram. And then I have videos on YouTube. My account is TMM41301 is my user ID on YouTube. So if you want to check those out. I'd really appreciate it if you like my Facebook page and my Instagram page and follow me. And hopefully I'll be doing some more videos, tutorials, and lives. So, hope you guys have a nice night and a good Sunday. Until next time, bye. Hurt my neck. I'll have to change my apron. My computer is not working very good. Yep. Sure. Okay. Hi, everybody. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to. Hi, Tina. Change my apron. This one's hurt my neck. I'll be right back. It's just right over here. Oh. That apron always hurts my neck, so this is like my favorite apron. It's more comfortable. Hi, Ann. As everybody comes on, say hi and let me know where you're watching from. Oh, I got quite a bit. I mean, the video shouldn't be long because what I'm doing doesn't take as long as making a wreath. So, see, I've got 6 people watching right now. Okay, well, I guess I'll go on ahead and tell you what I'm doing. I am going to dirty paint this vase. And I think I've got everything I need set up. And then after I paint the vase, it has to sit for 2 days after you do this to let it cure. So, and then after that, you can buy some Rust-Oleum clear enamel spray and spray over it to seal it. So, but the one I did last night, this is the one I did last night. Let me get it up there. And I haven't sealed it yet, so I have to wait and let it sit till tomorrow. See, I used pink and green, white, black, and what other color? I think it was that. I know that's not it. White, green, black, pink, and yellow. So that's what I did last night. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do on this video. And on the inside you can see, I don't know if you can see that with the light, how it looks on the inside. But I need to buy some Rust-Oleum clear gloss enamel spray to spray it, and it will look like that on the outside. So I'm letting this sit and cure another day. And that is called dirty pour. And I will explain what that is. Now, to prep the vase, I wipe it off with alcohol, and that's it. Dry it. So, let's see. Today, I'm going to use Snow White. I use Apple Barrel from Walmart because it's 2 for $1. And I add some water to it so that it'll flow because it's too thick if you don't add water to it. I add 4 parts paint and 1 part water. So I'm using the white. I want to do spring colors, so the spring green, pink eraser. This was the only pink they had when I went to Walmart the other day. So I had some pink here, but I didn't have enough of it. And then I'm going to use some jet black. And this is my own concoction. I have daffodil yellow, and I didn't have enough of it, and I had just a bit of white left in this one. So I put the daffodil yellow in this, and then I had some regular yellow, but it was too dark because I want the lighter yellow. So I added the regular yellow, and then white is in here, and then what I had left of the daffodil yellow, and some water, and I just shook it up real good. So that's what I'm using. And since these two I've already got water in them, I don't need to pour these in the cup. But the other ones I need to pour in a cup and measure the water per. And I bought these at the Dollar Tree. They're just to stir the paint. And I got my spoons at the Dollar Tree. That's in case I miss a spot, so I could, you know, scoop that up and put it on the vase. And I got the paper plates at the Dollar Tree, which I need to get better plates next time because these aren't very sturdy. And on this, so it doesn't get on my bar, because if it got on my bar, my husband would kill me. Okay, and then my cups. So let's see. I don't know if I'm going to use the lavender yet. I'm still thinking. I probably will, but okay, here's my pink. And like I said, 4 parts paint and 1 part water. And that helps it flow. So I'm measuring it a tablespoon. So I'll put 4 tablespoons in this, which I know that won't be enough of the paint. And I'll have to rinse this off. Usually I eyeball it, but then I always end up putting more anyways. So, and then that just messes, it doesn't turn out exactly the way I wanted. Like the one I did last night, I mean, I like it, but that's not exactly the way I wanted it to turn out. So that's why I'm measuring it. And which is probably going to use this whole bottle anyways. And then I'll show you what I mean by a dirty pour. I think I like the dirty pour better than the clean pour. So that's 2. And the reason I chose these colors is because I bought some flowers from Hobby Lobby that I'm going to make a bouquet out of. And I want to put them in a vase, not have to see the green part, fake stem, and then their pinks and yellows and a little bit of lavender. So I want the vase to kind of match the flowers. So I think that was 3. Was that 3? I lost count. I'm pretty sure that was 3. Is that 3, Skylar?
What?
Never mind if you're not watching. You don't know. Yeah, it's pretty much going to take the whole bottle. So I might as well just put all of it in there. And you want to make sure, even if you pour in too much, it's still better than not having enough, right? So, and after it all drains off the vase, you'll have some left in the plate. And if you have another vase that, you know, you can, without mixing it on the plate, you can pour it over another vase, or there's even, you can pour inside the vase, which I did, and I'll have to show you guys how to do that. I won't show you that in this video because, let's see, that's coming out too slow. I'm going to put some water. There's some water. some in here so I can shake it up and get the rest of that paint out of there. Get it to flow faster. Got my napkin. I'd shake this up without getting it on everything. See, I need a paper towel. Earlier when I was mixing up my yellow with the white and I was shaking it up, paint was going everywhere and that wasn't good. Hi Melissa. Well, I'm glad you found me. Hi Ann. Oh, you're saying hi to Melissa. Alright, let's try to get this all out of here. And I can stir up that pink with the water. The paint is too thick to do it. See, I did that last week. I used paint without watering it down. And it dried before it got all over the bottom of the vase. So one good thing about this paint is where it's water-based, it's easy to wash off. So I went and I just washed the vase completely off so I could start over. And that's the vase that I showed you earlier. That was the second try on it. So I'm gonna need a smaller, there we go. Put me some more water in there. See if I'm getting all that. Yeah, I think I got all that pink. Okay, there's that one. Now I'll take my stick, stir it up. Now sometimes, oh, I hope I didn't put too much water in that. I may have, you guys. I lost count of how many tablespoons of paint I put in there. Oh, that looks like it's really good. I don't know if that's thick enough. But when I mess up some, I've mixed colors and made my own little color. Sometimes things turn out the way you want it, and sometimes they don't, right? I don't know if that's, I don't think that's gonna be thick enough. It's definitely gonna flow. Okay, there's the pink. Now, let's see, do the green. Might as well just put the whole bottle in there, because I know I'm gonna end up using it. Skylar, will you go see if I have another pink in my room on my shelf? Might need just a little dab more of pink. Put all this. The good thing about this is it's only 50 cents a bottle for this at Walmart. So, I mean, it's not a lot of money. So if I mess up. No. Are you sure you're looking on the shelf and I don't have any pink at all? I thought I had, pretty sure I thought I had a pink. Oh, no, it's right here in front of me. I'll have to add some more of the pink. It's a different shade of pink, but I'm not going to add much, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. So, get all this paint over it. Put some water in this bottle, shake it up so I can get what's left of this out. Just enough to shake this up. All that out of there. So, but it's real easy to do. I mean, there are different ways you could paint vases, but this one is fun and easy. So, and I've painted them using the sponge and paintbrush. I put like 3 coats on one and then sealed it with Mod Podge, except it was matte and not gloss, so I didn't get that glossy look on it finished, but that's okay. Okay, I think I got all that green. I need a little bit more water in here. Let's stir this up and see. Hi, Melva. Put a little bit more water in there. This stuff is real easy to wash off if you get it on anything because it's water-based, and that's why it's easy to mix up with water, using water. You can buy what's called, it's called flow something, and add to your paint to help it flow easier. But why spend money for something like that? I mean, I'm sure it costs quite a bit when you could just use water, right? So, and this, I mean, this vase is for me, so it doesn't have to be perfect. And after I pour this, I'll show you guys a little jar that I painted on the inside, and it has set for like a week, and I haven't sealed it. So I'll show you how I seal that on the inside. But I'll have to do another video showing you guys how I do the inside of a vase or a jar. Melva, I'm doing okay today. How are you? Although we've got lousy weather today, it's like a mist rain outside and cold and looks all dreary. That's enough. So yeah, where's that pink? Oh wait, that's not the pink. Oh, well, oh, there it is. See, now this is the pink. Okay, this one was pink eraser, and this one's called honeysuckle pink. This is the one I wanted, but they didn't have any more at Walmart when I went, so I got the closest thing. I'm gonna put just a little bit in here so it won't change the color of the pink that much. But the pink and the yellows are the main colors that I want to see. So, and I'll show you, well, when I show you to do the dirty pour, I'll show you how to get the colors that you want to be more prominent and just have not as much of, like the black and whites. I'm just putting it in to give it a little bit of a contrast, to cut up, you know, the colors, other colors. Just a little bit more. If I can get that to come out. But this is something I'm just learning, so I'm definitely not a pro at it. I can just show you what I know and give you some tips in case you know, if you want to try it. And the vase I got at the Dollar Tree for $1. So, I mean, they're nice vases, and you could turn them into whatever you want. Just buy you some paint. Even I've got matte paint because I use it for other things that I don't want to be glossy, but they do have gloss paint at Walmart. They do have this in a gloss finish at Walmart. So, but still, if you did the gloss finish and then you put on the matte Mod Podge to seal it, it wouldn't be glossy. Now these two I've already mixed up with water. I don't know if I told you that. Okay, now I've got lavender, because I have a few flowers that have tints of lavender that have that color, so that's why I'm using lavender. Put this whole bottle in there, which it's not a full bottle because I used this last week on the one I messed up on, but it'll be enough. I don't want a lot of it. I just want a little bit. Like I said, the main colors I'm going for are the pink and yellow to go with my flowers. So how's everyone doing today? How's the weather where you are? I hope it's better than the weather here. I think our weather is supposed to turn into snow tonight or tomorrow. I'm not sure. I read on our meteorologist on the news said that March is supposed to come in like a lion. You know that saying, if it comes in like a lion, it goes out like a lamb. So I guess I'd rather get the worst over with. So that means which I'm not superstition, but you know, it'd be great. Around April time, have pretty weather for Easter, hopefully. I don't know what day exactly Easter's on. Melissa, I'm in Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky. Yep, I'm an Eastern Kentucky girl. Well, I was born in Michigan, and I lived in Michigan for the first 3 years of my life. But then my mom married a guy who lived here in Kentucky, and we moved here to Eastern Kentucky in the mountains. I grew up in the mountains, the Appalachian part in Breathitt County. And then I just moved the county over from there, is where I live now, because my husband, he inherited property from his grandmother, and he built a home here, so, you know, we just stayed here. So this is our home. Alright, that's the lavender. Yeah, there isn't a lot of it, but it's enough to give me just a little touch. Oh my goodness, is it still snowing in Ohio, Kathy? Hi Nina, I'm glad you made it. Cold in Ohio and snow after 2 to 4 inches, wow. This weather's crazy, isn't it, you guys? I mean, has the weather been, it's like it's having a hissy fit or something, and it just, I don't know. Add a little bit of water in there to thin that out. Like I said, they say 4 parts paint and 1 part water, but I just eyeball it most of the time. In Illinois, and it's cold. I'm ready for spring too. That's why I've been getting a lot of spring flowers and putting them around the house, trying to liven the mood up. Dreary weather. I kind of have like what you call seasonal depression or whatever, which I mean, it's not like really bad, but I can get down, and and I have fibromyalgia, so that just makes me feel, when the weather's nasty, it makes me feel nasty. So I'm trying to bring spring into my home early before it gets here, so to keep my mood up. That's why, let's see, my daughter's bedroom, when she moved out, I turned it into a reading room, and I wanted to paint the walls something bright and sunny to get me through winter. And I'm not sure, I think it's sunshine yellow or some kind of yellow color. I painted the walls, and then I have light blues and light greens to go with the yellow. So whenever I go in there, which right now it's a mess because I've kind of turned it into my craft room, and all my supplies and stuff are just like laying everywhere, and I really need to clean it so bad. I might do some of that today. It takes me forever to find something I'm looking for because I don't have it organized, and it would probably save me a lot of time if I organized it. So there's the white. How much water? Well, they usually say 4 parts paint and 1 part water, but I usually just eyeball it, Melissa. I mean, I stir it to see if I think it's too thick and if it needs a little bit more water. And I just add a little bit at a time because I don't want to put too much water and then not have paint to put in there to thicken it back up. Yeah, the weather's just so bad for us with the fibromyalgia. It's like it makes my body ache. In the spring, oh, I should hurry up and get here. But then who doesn't, right? You can tell if you tilt it back and forth if it's going to flow, if you think it's going to flow easier. Okay. Now I've got my paint watered down. Now I'm going to use gloves. Well, I guess I don't need gloves right now. I usually don't use gloves and I get paint all over my hands, and that's hard on my fingers because they start to crack and peel and everything. I find that a lot of crafters, I don't know why, but a lot of crafters do have like fibromyalgia and things. I guess they find doing crafts and being creative can be more relaxing or kind of therapy. I don't know. But, okay, my black, and my yellow. Now I want to do, okay, a dirty pour. Let me move my computer out of the way. Dirty pour, how you do it. The color you want to show up the most. I've never heard of that place, Kathy. But the color you want to show up the most, you pour in first. And I want the pink to show up the most. So I'm not going to pour all of it in at one time. I'm going to layer these paints on top of each other. Okay? So now the next color that I want to be more prominent is the yellow. Let's see, I should wear the gloves. I get paint on me and it just dries out my hands. Now the next color I want is to be the yellow. Shake this up some. So I'm going to put yellow on top of the pink. And I'm just going to keep mixing these up. You don't stir the paint. Okay? You don't want them to get stirred up. So now I want green. Put some green in there. And you really want to use more than enough, because this has to make its way from the top of the vase all the way down. And if you don't have enough, it can dry out. So now I'll put some lavender, putting the bright colors first because those are the ones I really want to show up. And then I'm just adding the black and the white to cut it up some. So just a little bit of lavender. And then I'll go back and I'll add another layer of these paints. Did I already put the yellow? Yeah, I already put the yellow. You guys, I get lost. I have a bad memory sometimes. Okay, put some white. Just a little bit. And then some black. And then I'll go back over and put the paints in again. Now, you don't want to stir the paint. So some more pink. Or wait a minute, here's my pink. You can do however many layers you want. So I really want the pink. But what you do is you take this cup and you pour it around, like you'll see you pour it over the top of the vase. And the reason you want the prominent color that you want on the bottom of the cup is because it will be the last to come over all the other colors, if that makes sense. I am showing you guys how to do a dirty pour on a vase to paint it. Okay, so that was yellow, pink. Now do my yellow. Now you don't stir it. And then green. And I'm getting paint all over my hands. I should wear my gloves. I just hate wearing gloves because they stick to my fingers. And I will pour the rest of this. I'll do the layers one more time. All my fingers are sticking together. Yep. After the green, was it the lavender? I don't know. Oh well. It'll be okay. It'll all turn out right. I might just put all the lavender here and then that's a lot of lavender. Yeah, definitely gonna have enough paint. My husband would kill me if I get this on our bar. And did I want the white? I probably should have put something down. But I just wash it off. It's one good thing about this paint, it washes off real easy with soap and water. Black, I don't want a lot of black, just a little bit. Okay, I've got all the lavender. I've used all the lavender. Do some more pink. This will be the last layer of paint that I'm doing. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm not stirring the paint up. Let's see. Put these cups inside of each other. There's a little more in there. It's not going to come out. Okay, that's all of those two. Now, some more yellow. I mean, you can kind of swirl it, the paint, as you put it on, but not to where it mixes with the other paint. And it all come out in different designs. And my green. Get all that out of there. Sorry if I'm not answering your guys' questions right now, but I'm trying to get this paint in here. Okay. So I'm not able to see your comments right now. Oh. Now, just a little more black on. Did I put water in the yellow and black? I put water in all of them. I put water in all of them to help them flow easier. So, I mean, I just put enough. They say to use 4 parts paint, 1 part water, but mostly I'll just put a little bit at a time, stir it and see if I think it flows easy enough. If it doesn't, I'll add more water, and then if it does, you know, that's it. But I don't want to add a lot at one time, because if you put too much water and it's too watered down and you don't have any more of that paint to make it thicker, then you're stuck, right? All right, this is the last bit of paint I'm putting. Here we go. The fun part. All right. I'm gonna try to do what they call a tree ring, but I don't know if it's gonna work. See if you guys can see that paint in there. I can't see because of the comments, but can you see that in there? All right. You want to start on the, I got a lot of paint. This is definitely enough paint. Start on the edges. Try to go slow. And then go to the center. And then do a tree ring. And that's just where you kind of go back and forth. Not a big circle, but kind of just a little, rotate it just a little bit. And it's called a tree ring. Now if I see that one side is going to get more of one certain color, and I can move it around and try to get the colors where I want them to go. So, and I like this vase better because I'll show you this one. I think is going to be easier, and I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute after I finish pouring all this. My pink is definitely going to show up the most, as you can tell. Ooh, that was too fast. But I'm definitely going to get that pink. That's all right. I'm not really seeing much of the yellow yet, but just keep pouring. And see, that's flowing real easy because I added that water to it. There comes some colors from the bottom. I may have added just a little more water than I needed, but that's all right. It'll still work. Just rotate, go around a little bit at a time till you dump all of that out. And then just let it drip out. Let all of that. And it ends up being a beautiful mess, right? Okay, I think that's enough. I think that's gonna do it. Now, this, okay, I don't want that paint to get on anything. I'm gonna have to wash my hands. I've got paint on my hands. All right, okay, see this vase is the other way it's shaped, so it's real easy for the paint to flow down and get all over the vase. This one is harder because where it goes like this here, it kind of just wants to drip off and not get right through here. So that's why I keep a spoon, because you see how the paint is gathering in the plate. I would take the spoon and dip up some of it without stirring it or trying to mix it up, and I would just kind of put a little bit of paint, let it drip a little bit around here to get this, because like I said, when you pour this here and it just wants to drip. It like drip and just hit that, and it's hard to get the paint here. That's why I like these vases. They're easier to do. But I mean, this is still pretty, but like I said, it took a lot more work. I'd have to scoop some paint up and go around it, and, you know, put it on there. But then look at the bottom, I mean, at the vase, how pretty. I mean, it's still pretty. Look at that. See? So, and the inside, I love the inside. I think it's so pretty. And I'm going to seal it with clear gloss, Rust-Oleum clear gloss enamel, and that's going to make it all shiny and everything. But I'm going to let this sit and drip until it slows down and it doesn't drip. Oh, another thing, right here at the bottom rim, the reason I put it on a cup is in case I need to move it, I can get a hold of the cup and my fingers won't touch the vase to mess up the paint. So you want to put it in a cup. Now I bought these cups from the Dollar Tree because they're just $1, and you can see on this vase it fit real good on this cup. I don't know if you can, I don't want to move that too much, but you can see it fit real good on that cup. But this one, where it's wide mouthed at the top, it wouldn't fit on the cup. So I had to get one of my cups out of my cabinet and use, but that's all right. I can wash it off. So I'll let this drip, and when it starts slowing down, there'll be like little drops that'll start drying at the edge here. And if you just barely take your finger, if you don't want, you know, you want to get rid of them when it's drying, when it's really, you know, real good and dry and going slow, then you can just take your finger real lightly and go around the inside of the edge to wipe those off. Or you can wait until it dries, and you can take a piece of sandpaper and sand it before you gloss it, which either way you like best. But now a lot of people, you can take this paint, you could actually get a canvas board, and you could set the vase on top of a canvas board and let it pour like this and let it all drain. And then when it stops dripping, you can, or when it slows down and you could actually pick it up by the cup and you have something else to move it on, you could use the canvas, this paint on the canvas board, and just tilt the canvas board back and forth and make you a little piece of art doing that. I mean, I would have done that, but I wouldn't have anything to do with an abstract canvas board. That doesn't go with the style in my house. My house is more rustic, farmhouse or whatever, and I just don't, you know. Or I could take this paint, and if I had another vase, I could pour it over another vase. So you could still use this paint. So I don't know if I'll do something else with it, because I have a lot of these little jars, which I'm going to show you. I'll talk about this one. I have these a bunch of these I could pour over, and I'm doing these to have in my craft room to put like this, to put my stuff in it, so it'd be easy for me to grab when I'm crafting or whatever. Let me move this out of the way. But I'm going to move it where I don't knock it over. I'm going to throw these the right way, and I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, let me get some of this paint off my hand. All right, now dry my hands off a little bit. Yeah, I like doing it. I think it's fun. I used apple barrel. I got it at Walmart. It's 2 for $1. So that's, you know, that's what I used. All right, let's see what I was gonna do. Now, if this had already cured, you want to let them sit for 2 days before you seal it. So since I did this last night, I'm not gonna seal it today and besides, I have to go to the store and buy some Rust-Oleum clear gloss enamel to seal it with anyways, so I don't have that on hand. So I'm gonna move this out of my way because I'm a little bit crowded here. Okay, now look at this as it's flowing down. Isn't that so pretty? You could really do anything that you want. I mean, really. And but look at this. I'll turn this around so you guys can get a good picture of it. Try not to move it too much because I just want it to, I can see the black and a little of the yellow, and I see the green and the pink. I think it's going to turn out really awesome. Let's see. See, there's some here that's not, this right here isn't got much there, so I'm going to try to dip some of this up and without touching the base, really. Try to scoop that up there so it'll cover this spot that's not getting covered. I don't know if you guys see, that spot wasn't getting covered, so I just barely touched that to let that paint drip. So let me see if there are any other spots that aren't getting covered. I think I'm really gonna be happy with the way this turns out. Now, it's gonna take quite a few hours for this to slow down with the dripping. So, and I'm not going to move it off this plate until it does that. But when I move it off this plate, I don't know, I might pour that paint into a cup and you can do that and it won't mix the paint up if you just don't stir it and pour it into a cup real easy. And if I can find something else to pour it over, I might go around my house and see what I can find. I don't know. But like I said, I've got a bunch of those little jars that I've been painting. But what I've been doing with those is I've been doing them on the inside. See, this looks all glossy and pretty. But that's because I painted it from the inside. And I haven't sealed it yet. So I'm going to show you guys how you could seal this or the vases. And this I'm using the matte Mod Podge because it's on the inside, so I'm not worried about it being glossy on the inside. And when you when you do these, you want to use a soft brush. Really make sure you get a really soft brush, because if you don't, the first one I did, I used a sponge and it pulled the paint off. So it kind of, let me see, I don't know if you can see there's spots that you can see through where I try to use a paintbrush, and I mean a bigger one, and try to sponge, and it peeled some of the paint off. So I had a soft artist brush that I got from Hobby Lobby. It's called Master Touch 1/2 inch, and it's soft, so I used it to lightly paint inside to seal it so that it wouldn't peel the paint off. So with this being on the inside, I'm not worried about it. But what I'm trying to do, since I told you my room, my reading room / craft room, the walls are kind of like a spring yellow or sunshine. I don't know what, but it's a yellow. It's a really pretty light yellow. And green is my favorite color. And I think yellow, blue, and green go really good together. So I've got a yellow one in my room. So that's why I'm doing yellow, blue, and green with these. And then this one, I had not planned on this color turning out like it did. Actually, I was trying to do ombre with the blue and the green. This is the spring green, and this is actually turquoise. I was trying to do an ombre, and it didn't work out. So I just finally, I said, I'm not going to fool with it, so I just mixed it up at the bottom of this jar before I flipped it over and let it drain and coat the whole inside of the jar. I have to show you how to do the inside, because you don't do the inside like this. It's not like just pouring it in there and then flipping it upside and all drain down. It doesn't work that way with the inside painting. So I'll have to do another video to show you guys how to do that. But that's why I'm doing these colors. And I've got a bunch of these little jars. So with sealing this, and you want to not press down hard. Just go in here, paint it on the bottom, and not do it hard. And it doesn't matter how thick you do it, really. It's on the inside. So, and after you do this on the inside, after you paint it on, you want to turn it upside down so the excess will drain out. Put it on like a paper plate or something, and let the excess Mod Podge drain out. And I mean, it doesn't take long for the Mod Podge to dry, really. And you could do 1 coat, 2 coats, however many you feel you need. I just did 1 because this, it's going, I think 1 is good. I don't know if you can see in there. I've got that on the bottom. I don't know, I might do 2 on this one. The other ones I just did 1 because I kind of got frustrated where it had already peeled a little bit on the inside. But these are like perfectly the way I want them, this turquoise and green. So I may do 2 coats on this to make sure it doesn't get chipped off, because I'm going to be putting pencils and scissors and the stuff that I like to reach for when I'm crafting in these, and I don't want it to chip the paint off. So I'll probably do 2 coats of the Mod Podge inside of this. but you just take your time and be real easy so you don't scrape any of that off. And then make sure you get it. It can be hard to get around the neck. But would you guys like me to show you, I mean not today because I haven't planned for today, but to show you how to paint the inside of the jars and glass. I did a vase from the inside too. I don't know if I showed you guys that vase, but I painted the vase on the inside. And it ended up being like this. It ended up being this color with little hints of the green and turquoise, but not a lot. I was disappointed in that because it did not turn out the color I wanted, but you gotta do a coat, let it dry before you do a second coat of this. And when you paint the inside of the jars, you don't need a paintbrush. It's paintbrush free. No paintbrush is required. So, but would you guys want me to do a video showing you how to do that? That would be a great project, Melissa. What grades are your daughters in, or your daughter in? What grade is your daughter in? So just make sure you go all the way around. And then I'll have to let this dry and then put a second coat on it. I've got 2 more of these to do, which I'm not going to do them on the video because I don't want to keep you guys on here too long. I'm sure you've got other things to do on a Friday evening besides watch me do this. Those are fun grades to be in. I remember those grades in school. So I'm trying to decide on what I want my next live video to be. Either making a wreath, a flower, a book wreath, or these. I could do these anytime because they don't take long. But I don't know what I want my next live to be. Or I'm doing a bunny. I have to show you guys that. You see all these bunnies, people buy these frames at the Dollar Tree. And I was going to do that. I kind of don't want to hop on the wagon with what everyone else is doing because I want to be creative myself. But I really like the bunnies and I was wanting to make one for my granddaughter. So I stopped at the Dollar Tree to get the bunny frame that I'm seeing everyone do, and they didn't have any of those at the Dollar Tree I stopped at. But they did have another bunny frame, and I started working on it last night, and I think I like it better than the one. Are you guys seeing all the bunnies that people are doing? Serious help. Don't we all need serious help? But yeah. I remember, I think it's true. I've heard it said that girls are harder to raise than guys or boys, and I never really thought that, but they really are. They really are. But my son's older than my daughter, so he left home before she did. She was still home 4 years after he left. So it was a different house dynamic, you know, with just me and my husband and her living here. Then when it was all 4 of us living here. So yeah, things change. Family, your kids grow up, move out, and it changes as it goes along, right? And you just learn to live with what's the new norm. Now with the lip here, you can, I'll let the paint drip around this because I thought it's kind of cool. So I let the paint drip around that a little bit, not all the way down here. And I sealed it, but this one I don't want to do that. So I had paint around here, paint got around here, but I took one of these sticks. If I can get a hold of it, I took one of these sticks and I just scraped it off because I didn't want the paint. But I left some right here on the lip. So I'm sealing that a little bit. A bunny hopping into the woods. Yeah, I've seen them with the from the back and the front. And the bunny frame I got, it's made from the front. The frame I got, and it had the nose and the mouth and the eyes on it, which I'm going to reuse those after I get finished with it. So I'm glad that I found that frame. But yeah, and I went to Hobby Lobby and bought some. Let's see, I think I got all of that. I just sit and let that dry. I have to tip it over on something in a few minutes. I don't know, it might be all right to sit like that. Yeah, it should be fine. Because it'll all go to the bottom. And I guess when it gets to the bottom, I can flip it over and just let it drain back out. But the bunny, I got it. I'll show you in just a minute. I went to Hobby Lobby. Ugh, I don't want to get paint everywhere. I went to Hobby Lobby and I got some of this yarn. I got white and pink. Oh, but this is what I've got done so far. See, this is what I've got done so far. And I got pink. I'm going to put the little pink inside the ears. And I've got the eyes, the eyes and whiskers and stuff was on the frame I got. So I figured why not use them and put them on this. But with this yarn, it's so soft. Can't remember what it's called. It's at Hobby Lobby. And I got it 40% off. It was on sale 30% off last week. But if you go to Hobby Lobby and there's something you want, and it's only 30% off, you use that 40% off coupon instead of the sale percentage that's off. So it was on sale for 30% off, but I had the 40% off coupon, and I used it for this, so I got it cheaper. And here's what the frame looks like before I already took everything off of it, but that's the frame. So, I mean, it's a full bunny. I could even, like, do this, and I could put the two pieces together. Because this is what the back of this is going to look like. See the back? If I wanted to. I don't know. I could put them together and I could have the front and the back of the bunny. How cool would that be? So, but I'm making one for my granddaughter. Yeah. Got something black on that. No. I have to get that off. But see, I could put those together. So I could have the front and the back. And it's already got the thing to hang it with on there. See? So it's already got that. I'm just trying to figure out, because all the tutorials I've seen, it's just with the one that has the openings. It's just a circle. And so those tutorials are easy to follow. But this one is, I have not found a tutorial for this one. So I'm figuring it out as I go along. So if I get this one done, I may do a short tutorial and show you guys how I did this one. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. All right, Tina, I'll check on that when I get finished with this video. I think that's all I was going to show you guys. Was there anything else? Did I say I was going to show anything else? I don't think so. So if there aren't any questions, does anyone have any questions? Well, when later, after the vase has stopped dripping so much, I will post a picture so you can see the progress and how it's turning out. All right, and you guys can check on that later. But it's still dripping, and I haven't decided what I'm going to do with this paint because that's quite a bit of paint. So I will keep you guys up to date on that. So did you guys like the video? Do you think you'll try doing this with the vase? Or, I mean, you could do it with anything, really. Oh, and another thing I thought about doing was I have stencils. Well, and I've thought about painting words on here, like, I don't know, bless, because I have the stencils and everything that I can stick on here and then paint it white and then take the stencil off and it'll say blessed on here. Where I paint it, it's painted on the inside. This is real glossy and it's just the glass. So I could do stencils, or I could Mod Podge. I bought some pretty napkins at Hobby Lobby when I went Wednesday for decoupaging, because I want to decoupage some stuff with them, and they're flowers and different things. And one is like shabby chic. I could take some of those napkins and just cut pieces, the little flowers out, and I could Mod Podge them on here and decorate. See, I love Mod Podge. You could do so much with Mod Podge. But yeah, I love the decoupage stuff. But I thought about maybe decorating, not this one because I would want a different color, I guess. But I could do a pink one and the flowers I have, or even the shabby chic one, napkins I have, I can decoupage and decorate them. Just, you can cut out the flowers instead of using the whole napkin. You can cut out the lining around the flowers, or I like to get my finger wet just a little bit, not really wet, and kind of pull the edges so it doesn't look so blunt. So it can kind of fade in when I decoupage it on something. So I do that. But those are some ideas I have, some things I want to do. It's just finding time to do them. So I've got so much I want to do. But any questions or anything else that you guys want to know? If not, I guess I'll let you guys go. I'm glad you guys joined me, and I hope you learned something, and I hope you'll try it and see. It's fun to do. And if you guys try it, you do it, show me pictures. You could post pictures on my page and let me see what you've done. It would be so much fun to see what you guys have done. I'd really like that. So if nothing else, I hope you guys have a great weekend, even though the weather is supposed to be bad. Hopefully we can still find some joy in it, right? And be thankful. Got a lot to be thankful for. But I hope you guys have a great weekend. And until next time, bye. I'm trying to share this onto my regular page, so that's what I'm doing. Okay. I think I've got that. Alright. Hi everybody. I know it's been a while since I have done a live, but there have been things going on, and so figured it's time I did another one. Hey Betty. Glad you could join me. So I see I've got 4 people watching right now. I want to give just a few seconds to see if anyone else will come on. So what I'm doing is making a sunflower. I have an order for 3 of them. So I figure since I have to do this anyway, I might as well do it on a live, one of them. and show people how to do it. So, hi Sheila, I'm glad you could join me. So this is, I've already started so that I won't have you guys on here too long, because I have been known to have long live videos, so I'm trying to cut down on that. So I've already started the sunflower, so you can see, and I'm using a Unique in the Creek board, flower board, large flower board. And see, I'm kind of like double using holes, if you can see. My husband won't let me use power tools. So I can't drill holes in it, so I'm just like double using the certain holes. So yeah, I try to talk him into letting me, but nope, he thinks I'm too prone to accidents. So my daughter does too. But anyways, so this is what I'm doing. I've already got that first row in, and a tip, some things I want to tell you before I get started. Hi Shirley, hi Lori. Some things I want to share with you before I get started. While I'm thinking of it, and people are coming on, I wrote this down so I won't forget. I'm using a total of 64 petals on this flower. Now, I tried to do one on this, and as pretty as it is so much harder, and it uses so much more mesh. I mean, and believe me, I'm not advertising. I mean, I'm not paid to advertise for this board or anything like that. But my opinion, I love working with these boards. They're so much easier, so much faster. And even though, I mean, they in the long run, they are cheaper, because you don't use as much mesh on these, like I said, as I would putting that on the wire frame. So on this board, I've got 64 total petals. And I've learned to use 21-inch rolls, that it saves you, because there's like 36 10-inch cuts from a roll. And on using a 21-inch roll, you have, see, I've only used 1 and like 3/4 of a roll for this. Now, if I was using 10-inch roll, I would be using 3.5 rolls. So, I mean, because I have to double the petals up double the mesh up so you can't see through it, it's so much more economical to use a 21-inch. And it can be a lot of work, but I think it's way worth it. So, and I use my wood burner to cut down on the fraying, and I put my heavy cutting board on the mesh overnight so that it would flatten it and help make it easier to work with. So, let's see. Hi Shirley, I don't know if I already said hi. I tell you, Lori, if my husband would let me get a hold of the drill, I would, but he won't. Hi Pat, this is for you. This is one of your flowers. I do too, Alberta. I love these boards. Yeah, it's deco mesh. See, I wanted to use daffodil yellow, but they were out at Craft Outlet. See, I ordered like 11 rolls, and I made some sunflowers I've already sold and everything. And then I got order for 3 more, and I went back to order some more of the daffodil yellow, but it was completely sold out. So I got plain yellow. I mean, it's just as pretty, so. But it is thicker than the daffodil yellow. It is a better quality, I think, because the daffodil yellow is just really thin. So, hi Pearl. So, with everybody on, like I said, I already did this roll, and where I had to like double use the holes, and they're wide. I don't know if you can see here. It's wider. See, right here. No, it's wider than that. So my petals wouldn't slip out, I put a dab of glue on those. Let's see. To try to, right there, a dab of glue on the zip tie and the petal to try to secure it so that it won't slip out. And then on this roll, I have I'm using the big ones in the wider, the holes that are, you know, wider than that. But in the ones that are close, I'm using smaller zip ties. I mean, they're both 18 pound. So, but the one is just shorter. All right, so I've got all my petals made except for 2. And I left 2 to show you guys how to make the petals. And where I use usually I do 10 by 10 inch for my petals. But I use a 21 inch roll, and I just cut it in half. So that's like 10, so it's like 10.5 by 10. And it really doesn't make a difference in the petals. So if you want to fool with, because I thought at first I tried to get it perfectly 10 inches, 10 by 10, and it was just too much work to cut that extra ½ inch off. So I'm like, I'll just do it 10.5 by 10. So, but usually I do them 10 by 10 if I'm working with the 10 inch wide roll of mesh. All right, so I hope you guys can see what I'm doing. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Bev. Okay, so I hope you can see what I'm doing. Okay, I've got this is 10 by 10.5 because, like I said, I use a 21 inch roll, okay? So you put it in like a diamond shape, and then I try to make sure it's matched up as best as it can be. And I bring this tip to this tip and try to line up those edges. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be perfectly lined up, especially where it's 10.5 by 10. Now, once I get the triangle shape, I bring this corner over and meet it with this corner. And then I like to push this down to kind of make it more secure or more flat. So I'll do that as I push that down to try to get that to stay that way. And then I'll take my thumb, I don't know if you can't see what I'm doing, and I'll take it inside of the mesh right here, and I'll pull it down to try to flatten that too, and to make that the same length, like that. If I don't pull it down like that, then this tail won't come down as far as this tail. So, and that's okay. You can work with mesh. You could pull it, manipulate it, make it do what you want it to do. It's not going to kill it. It'll still look pretty. All right, so then I take this tail and I fold it over about the center, line it up with that pointed tip up there, and then I fold this one over. And now I've got to work it or to get it to the shape I want. So I'm going to move these around until I get it like I want it. So that looks about right. Got that point. And then I take this and I pinch it. Okay. So, and then I'll push that back so I get that little dip in there. Now in the back, that's where the bottom of that, you can see, I don't want that to be loose like that. So I'll bring my finger up here and hold it. And this is just temporary. I use a pipe cleaner and I will wrap it around this. So like I said, this is just temporary until I go to put it on the board with the zip ties. So, and if it needs, like if it's lopsided or anything, I'll just pull on a tail or pull, or push that down. So you just work with it and manipulate it to the way you want it shaped till you see, yeah, that's perfect the way you want it. And then I'll take another one that I've already got made and I'll kind of line them up and look at them and say, yeah, they pretty much look similar, they look alike. So anyways, I'll do one more to show you. Okay. see, what size mesh? Well, I use a 21-inch roll, Tammy, and I cut it 10 inches long. 10 inches long, and then I cut the 21-inch in half. So it's 10 inch by 10.5 inch. But usually I would use 10 by 10. But where I use the 21-inch roll of mesh, I just didn't feel like cutting that extra half an inch off each piece, so I just left it at 10.5 inches. Cut it and split it down the middle. So, and I used my wood burner, and that helped me a lot with the fray. And I love my wood burner now. This is just yellow from Craft Outlet, Sabrina. So I wanted the daffodil yellow, but they were out of stock, so this was, the next best thing, which it's actually better quality, I think, than the daffodil yellow. It's thicker. All right, I'm going to show you again how to make this petal. Pull, it's in a diamond shape. Pull the top corner down to the bottom corner. And then you have a triangle, okay? Bring this corner over to this corner. Hold that down, and then I'll push this to try to flatten that. And I'll take my thumb and I go inside of this and I'll pull that down to stretch out that tail. And then I'll fold this over and try to fold these over and try to line them up with that point that I've got up here. I want them lined up with that point. So I'll manipulate them and work with them and move them until I get it, it starts looking the way I want it to. After I do that, I pinch it, and then I take my fingers and thumb and wrap around it, and I'm still working with it, trying to get the shape I want. I'll push that in and work with these. This is stiffer mesh than the daffodil yellow was, so it's a little bit harder for me to work with my hands. But I'll work with it until I get it like I want. And then the pipe cleaner is only temporary. I'll wrap it around to hold it until I put it on the Unique in the Creek board, because I use zip ties on the board. And with the zip ties, I don't need those pipe cleaners. Now this part, you don't want to put it on here with the tail on it. So you want to cut the tail off. And this makes a mess. And I hate doing it because it's waste, but oh well, I don't know how else to do it. So I just cut this off. I usually do it, hold it over a trash can and do it, because it can be a mess. So I cut it probably about from the pipe cleaner, the length of my knuckle to the tip of my thumb. That's how short I'll cut it. So, and I use cheap pair of scissors from the Dollar Tree, because you don't want to do this. It will ruin your scissors. And each of these, where I've been doing these, it's kind of just, I'm used to doing them, so I normally always get them from the pipe cleaner to the tip of the petal is about 4.5 inches. So, if I measure one and it's like 5 or a little over 4, I can just move the pipe cleaner and full with it to get it to 4.5 inches. It doesn't have to be 4.5 inches. You could do however big, or you could do it longer by bringing it down, or you can do it shorter. But I like to get it there because in the back, well, I don't have one showing. Let's see. See right here where it curves, I want to make sure that is secured so that it won't come out. If you don't have that secured under the pipe cleaner, it's going to come out up here, and I don't want it to do that. So, no, it's not poly burlap, Jerry. It's just deco mesh. That's what it is. Well, I hope you do try it, Sabrina. It can be a lot of work because it's a lot of petals, but I'm on the Unique in the Creek board. I love it. You can do with 10-inch mesh, Sabrina, but I tell you, it takes like 3.5 rolls if you use 10-inch mesh. But if you use a 21-inch roll, it doesn't even take 2 rolls. So it will save you money-wise. I'll put all this in my trash can. It will save you money-wise if you do the 21-inch. Yeah, it's a lot more work to cut the 21-inch. Because, you know, you cut it 10 inches long and then you take it and you cut it down the center. So it could be more work to do that. But if it saves you money, then, you know, it will save your customers money. And that's what you want to do, right? You want your customers to not have to pay so much. So, the measurements, the board, oh my goodness, I don't really know what the board, let's see here. The board is like 15 inches. And so the measurements of the flower, and I wait until I've got my petals. I'm going to put 4 petals on it, but I wait until after I do finish the whole wreath, because if I'm spinning around, you know, going like this, my leaves are on it, they could fray, it causes them to fray more and all that. But by the time I finish with the daisy, the sunflower, not counting the leaves, it's going to be 21 inches wide. So yeah. So, all right. Just do whatever. You have to get money. So that's the measurements of what it's going to be. So I think I've given all the information. Yeah, I know about those top budgets, Sabrina. And then shipping this too. You got to think about how much it costs you to make a wreath, and then you sell it to someone, and you want to save as much as you can all the way around. So, all right, now since this, like I said, I put glue on these to make sure they don't come out. But this time, I just went ahead and put a small zip tie to hold this, instead of just taking the pot cleaner off. But I only did it for the wider zip ties. So, I still might put a dab of glue on there to secure it. But so I'm going to take this, and when I push these in, because I don't know if I can hold this up. I go in from the bottom and push it through. But you got to be careful, because when you push it through here, it's going to mess that up. You know, it's going to snag on that, and it's going to pull that up. So I usually hold that down with one of my fingers. I hope you can see. Like, I will hold that down while I slide that through, so it doesn't snag on that. And then I'll bring it to where that zip tie is, and I'll pull it. And I'll get it positioned the way I want it for sure. And I'll pull it as tight as I can. But yeah, I think I'm going to put a dab of glue on that to secure it, even though I've got the zip tie on the. So there's that one. Okay, now here's one that I take pot cleaner off, and I hold it securely with my thumb. And when I put this on, I'm going to have to reposition the petal again, where I'm squeezing it through this zip tie. So until I zip tie it down, I'm always messing with the petal to make sure I get it the way I want it to look. So put that in there. Okay, now, see, now I don't pull it all the way down yet until I'm absolutely satisfied with the way my petal is looking. I want to be able to move it around to get the petal the way I want it to look. And see, that's kind of lopsided, so I still need to manipulate that a little bit. And once I get it the way I want it, I'll pull that taut. Okay. And then I'll measure them to make sure they're the same. They look the same. And then I will pull my zip tie as tight as I can. So, yeah, you could put it, you mean slide it through the zip tie another way? You can, but it's going to snag that. So you put this through like that. If you put it, I want to make sure you guys see. If you put it this way, the back of this is going to get snagged on that. And as you push it through, it's going to pull that up. So, but you could do it either way. Whatever is easier for you. Yeah, you could do it either way. I mean, you know, you make your own rules when you're doing, you know, your wreaths or any kind of crafts. So, thank you, Jerry. How to do it. I showed how to do the petals at the beginning. I had two at the beginning that I hadn't made yet. And so all my other ones are made. So you could go and watch the replay, Carla, when I'm finished, and see how I make the petals. So could you squeeze the bottom? I'm not sure what you mean, Michelle. Or yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by squeeze the bottom. Oh, you mean to slide it through the other way? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that. So, yeah, whatever works for you. You know, you could try it, and whatever works for you, you could do it your way. So I'm not saying you have to do it my way. So, all right, see, like this. See, I went through that way. Now I want to. So, make sure those are, see, I think I'm going to have to put another petal here. I may have to go back and make some more petals, you guys, because, yeah, I think I'm going to have to put a second petal right there. I don't know if you see, there's a gap there. And I did not cut out enough for that, so I don't know, I'll have to go back. I might have to clip that zip tie off and put another zip tie on that and put a second petal there. Because, yeah, there's too big of a gap, and that really irritates me. I'm one of those perfectionists. I have to have things a certain way. It has to all be even, and I'm one that measures things out, and I can't help it. So, yeah, I'm going to have to clip that off and put another petal there. So this is the zip tie I use for the wider holes, and this is the zip tie I use for the smaller holes. I got these from Walmart. There's like 100 for almost $3. I got these from Amazon. It was 1,000 for like $7 and something. So I watched Monkey's Creation, and she showed the zip ties that she uses. And I got the SKU number or whatever off of it, and this is what I found. So these are what I ordered. So, all right. Now I don't know if I'm going to have enough petals to finish all this if I have to double all these up. But we'll see. I don't have any extra mesh cut either. But hopefully I can find that hole. Now when you put this in, see there's the flat side of the zip tie, and that side sticks out. You always want to put it through the hole with the flat side on the inside, because you'll go through one hole and come up through the other hole, and then you stick this through the flat end, and then you pull it until you hear that zip. So you want to make sure you do it that way. And another thing I love about using these boards is that you can preload the zip ties. I mean, yeah, you could put the chenille stems on the wire frame when you do like a poof method wreath or whatever. But when you're doing a wreath like this with the sunflower petals or daisy petals or whatever, really you can't preload the chenille stems, because you have to use this to wrap it around the wire, and that is a lot of work. So yeah, well, I don't know, I might not need to. I may just need to reposition the way I had that on there. I don't know. Let's see if I can get 2 in there. Two will go. Yeah, that looks better. So I definitely need to. I didn't account for that. Sorry, you guys, but I don't know if I'm going to have enough. Or I may just have to cut a couple more if I'm not on here too long. But I want to line them up, make sure they're lined up. And they look like they are. So then I'll pull this zip tie. Although that one seems to be sticking down farther. So this is a tight squeeze. Let's see. Make sure, pull it down. Pulling those down, trying to make sure they're lined up. So definitely, oh, those are sticking up a little bit higher. Back down. Okay, I think that's about it. Hold those still while I try to zip this. Okay, well, now that I have 2 in there, and they're pretty secure, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about putting a drop of glue on that, because that's snug in there. So, you know, that looks a lot better than where I had that gap. So, yeah. I'm going to have to put 2 in each of those. That means I'm going to have to redo this zip tie too. So I could put another one in there. So are there any questions? Do I stagger? No, well, no, you know, I just follow the holes that are in the board. So, and with these, I don't really stagger them. See, as you can see, I guess the kind of offset, but not a lot. But it's because I'm just following the holes on the board. So, hi, Michelle. Thank you, Brenda. How many petals did I cut? See, there's 64 petals in total, but they are double layered. So each petal has 2 10 by 10.5 pieces of mesh best, but I would normally do 10 by 10, but where I use 21-inch roll, 21-inch wide roll of mesh, I just cut it in half so it's 10 and, you know, 10.5. Would they fit better if you cut the tail shorter? Well, I usually do cut the tail shorter, but my daughter got my scissors the other day and I couldn't find them. And so I had trouble. My one scissors I did have, they didn't work very good. So, yeah. But yeah, I would usually cut the tails, you know, shorter. But that still wouldn't Teresa, that still wouldn't fill up that gap that I'm trying to hide. No, I didn't add any holes, Christina. My husband won't let me get a hold of a drill. He won't let me get a hold of any power tools. He thinks I'm just too accident prone. So, you know, that's how that goes. Where did I buy the board? I bought the board, Annette, from Unique in the Creek. I can't see the rest of your comment, Annette. I'm sorry. I'll go back when this is finished and read it. But yeah, I got my boards from Unique in the Creek. Well, actually, I ordered them from Amazon. You could order them directly from the Unique in the Creek website, or you can order them from Amazon. With Amazon, you have to buy 5 boards. So that's what I did. So I bought 5 boards from Amazon. But then also, I placed an order with Craft Outlet last week, and they sell the boards too, and you can just order them individually. So I ordered, actually ordered a few character boards from Craft Outlet. So you could order them from Unique in the Creek website, or you can order them from Amazon, or they sell them on Craft Outlet, and I believe on Trendy Tree, but I've never ordered anything from Trendy Tree. But I know, yeah, they do sell them on Trendy Tree. So I want to hold these, make sure. And usually I will slide these heads over to the side. Pull that as tight as I can. I'll usually take this and slide it over. See if you can see on these. I've got those all pushed over one way. But I think it's kind of going to be hard with these where they're so tight now. So yeah. But alright. And like I said, I usually would cut the tails a little bit shorter, but not too short, much shorter. That's usually about how short I'd cut them. About like that. But I had difficulty with my scissors, so but I got my scissors from the Dollar Tree. You don't want to use expensive scissors on this because it will mess them up. I mean, that's the wrong one. Again, before I put it in, the ones with the pot cleaners, I will press down on this to make sure I hold it securely. And I'll twist that off, and then I'll get it here with my other thumb, and then I'll slide it through there. But see, another thing about sliding it in the other way, oh, I can't remember who asked, I'm sorry. One thing about sliding it in from the bottom through, you have to kind of hold it here, see, with your thumb to secure it while you're sliding it through. Which I guess you could hold it like this too and slide it through, but for me, it's just easier for me to go like this up through the zip tie. So it's whatever you find easiest for you. Now shape that, make sure I get that level. And hold that firm while I do this zip. Like I said again, I don't zip it completely as tight as I can get it until I'm happy with the way the pedal looks. Because once I zip that tight, there isn't any budge in it. It's stuck there. So yeah, that's how I want it. Then pull that as tight as I can get it. Okay. Now here is another one of the wide pot cleaners. So, what is the weather like where everyone else is? I tell you, it has been crazy here. It was Sunday, I think about 2 days ago. We had 70-degree weather, and then yesterday it got down, I think, to the high 30s or 40s, and it was cold. Sunday or Saturday it was. I actually wore, like, well, they weren't shorts, but you know, they were kind of shorts outside, and it was so warm. And then yesterday I had to wear a jacket. It's crazy. And then today, I mean, it's not as cold as it was yesterday. I think it's supposed to start warming up again, but it's still cold outside, just not as cold as it was yesterday. And it looks gloomy, but okay, let's line these up. I'm always checking to make sure I got it the way I want it. Let's see. But yeah, I figured I have 3 of these ordered, so why not do a live making one? And I mean, I love my the wreaths that I do on my wireframes with the poof method and the roll and all that stuff. But when it comes to these kind, no. Like I said, I tried that daisy with the white petals, and I've used 2 rolls, and I ran out because I didn't have any more rolls of white. So I will have to order me 2 more rolls of white to finish that daisy. So that will be 4 rolls for this. 4 rolls for this. Or almost 4 rows. And then, like I said, it is not even 2 rolls to do it on this. So, and then it doesn't look the same. So, I mean, once you use these boards, I mean, really, I mean, it's hard not to fall in love with using them. And there are so many ways that you can, like, I watched Monkey's Creations and Sparkles, and they've done so many wonderful things with these boards. It's just like they're so creative. I mean, it's just amazing what you can do if you know, put your mind to it, right? South Texas 70s today. Wow, I'm jealous. Yeah, that's why I don't want any gaps, Christina, so that the zip ties are covered. And that's why I'm not offsetting them. That's why I want to make sure I've got a petal in front of all the petals I've already got down, so you can't see the zip ties. So that's why I'm doing it this way. And yeah, it can be quite a bit of work because, you know, it's a lot of cutting the mesh and then making the petals and all of that, but it's just the way that I prefer doing my, I can't get that to slide through there, doing my flowers. That's just, so I'm all about being uniform, you know, precise. That can be a good thing sometimes, and sometimes it could be a pain in the behind. I can get mad at myself because it's just, a lot of times I don't think I make wreaths, and I'm like, oh, it's just not good enough, because I'll see something, I'll look at it, and I'm like, oh, that's not even, and then, I don't know, I just get aggravated. But I tell you what, if you can see a zip tie, all you need is a dab of glue, like right here. You're going to be able to see that, which I'm going to put one more roll on here, but a tip. That zip tie right there, is that the one? Yeah. All you do is I put a dab of glue on the side of this petal, and I'll pinch them together, and I'll hold them, and that little dab of glue will secure them, and it will help hide that zip tie. So that's a tip for that. In the 50s here, oh, hi from Kentucky, Mildred. What part of Kentucky? I'm in eastern Kentucky, Wolfe County. Yeah, my OCD, it's a serious thing, Kathy. I mean, it is. It's sunny in eastern Canada, but calling for a snow. Wow, Betty. Thank you, Teresa. I'm glad that you're watching. But, yeah, my OCD, even when I go grocery shopping or shopping of any kind, I'll go to Walmart and I'll go to check out and I'll be in the line. And when I start putting my stuff up on the conveyor belt or whatever, I put it the way I want it organized. All the boxes, the cold boxes together, all the, boxes that, aren't from the freezer, and all the cans together, and I, try to put things in their category. I know that's weird, but then the cashier doesn't do it doesn't put it in the bag like that. So I'm like, how can they not see that I want them to bag it up this way? I basically do the work for them. So I'm going to put a little zip tie on that one, because I have to put 2 petals in that. And when I have to let go of that to put another petal in there. Well, I'll put another petal in there, and it's going to come apart. So just put a zip tie on this. Just bring that to the back. But I'm just OCD about certain things, not everything. So I'm really bad when it comes to washing my hands. If I handle, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I can plant flowers and work in the flower garden, and the dirt on my hands doesn't bother me. But then when I sort the dirty clothes to wash, when I get finished sorting the dirty clothes, I have to go wash my hands, because I'm like, I just handle dirty clothes, so my hands are going to be dirty, so I need to wash my hands. So yeah, it can be funny. All right, Christina. Well, you might get to see how I make a petal again, because it looks like I'm going to have to cut extra petals, where I didn't plan for having to use 2 petals in these zip ties. So I'm going to be short some petals when I come to the end. So I may have to go get a roll of mesh and cut some extra petals. So actually this is going to end up being more than 64 petals. I'll have to recalculate that at the end. But yeah, I mean, I didn't know. I didn't plan for that. But it's where, see, the petals are kind of elongated and slim. So, I mean, you could do a petal and try to make it wider, I don't know, and it would cover more area. Slide that through there. Sure, I've got that lined up. So that's how it's coming along. So if you guys haven't already, check out my page, like my page. I would really appreciate it. I think I've got almost 1,000 likes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it because I just started this page like I think the end of last September, and I'm just surprised that I have so many people who like my page and like the stuff I make and like to watch my lives. It's really humbling, you know. Well, this is getting stuck in there. See that snagging on those tails. Next time I'm going to have to make sure that I tell my daughter she can't bother my scissors. But she was snagging on there. She was repotting plants and cutting the dead leaves off of them and stuff, so that's why she used my scissors. That petal, yeah, these are snagging on that where the tails are too long. So yeah, you definitely, if you do this, want to cut the tails shorter. And I usually push the heads over to the side. This one's not going to go because that's got those, there we went. But yeah, I usually will take the heads of the zip tie and push it over so you can see like that. And I think it just makes it look neater too. So, okay. Yeah, Betty, that's my OCD. Thank you, Kathy. I guess I'm just shy with owning it and just feeling, I don't know. Okay, Evelyn. Oh, I hope everything went good at the doctor's. Yes, they're 5.5 inch ties, but they're 18 pounds. I ordered them from Amazon. I got 1,000 for, all right, I was gonna put the little zip tie around. I got 1,000 for like $7 and something. When at Walmart, I got bigger ones and it was like almost $3 for 100 in a bag, so. See, I have to manipulate this to get it back to the way I want it, the shape. So when you're doing this, you can keep manipulating the mesh until you get it the way you want. So Pike County. Is that Pikeville? Or near Prestonsburg? Darlene? Oh, wait, all right, this here. Well, can't get that start. And then I will put them beside each other and make sure they look as close as the same as I can get them. But I order all my mesh from Craft Outlet every once in a while, not very often. If I really, really need a roll of mesh, I will get it from Hobby Lobby. But I just think Craft Outlet Mesh beats Hobby Lobby as far as quality wise. I really do. And even with the ribbons, my Hobby Lobby doesn't have very many choices with the ribbons. I mean, and then on Craft Outlet, there are so many choices. But right now, it seems like everything I want is staying sold out. And I can't believe. But this is my first spring doing wreaths. I didn't start making wreaths until at the end of last summer. And so I'm still learning how things work. I'm learning that, oh, you want to prepare for a season like months, the season before it comes around, because people, you know, material and stuff like that gets sold out fast. So yeah. So here's another place where you can see the zip tie in the back. But again, like I said, I will put a dab of glue and I will pull these together to hold them, to hide that zip tie. So, yeah. I think I should have used the bigger zip ties with these, but I've already got these in, so. And with this mesh, where I've got two 10-inch by 10.5 pieces together where it's doubled up, it's thick, and this mesh is like thick on its own. I mean, it's kind of rough too, so it's hard to handle. My fingers, I mean, they're cracked and they've split. I've actually had my thumb and my finger split the skin from working with this mesh. There's times I just have to not work with it for a few days, try to get those to heal. But hello, Lynn. So, where is everyone from? I know there are a few that have told me where they're from. I use my teeth. Use what God gave me. With some things. Who else does that? Whatever works, works, right? So I may be on here longer than I'd planned, you guys. If, you know, it looks like I'm going to have to cut more mesh to finish it. Unless you guys, you know, don't mind me not finishing it and then me posting what the finished product looks like later. Monroe, Georgia. Is that close to Savannah or Atlanta? Ontario, Canada. I almost accidentally ended up in Canada. My family, my grandparents lived in Oakland, Michigan, White Lake. And I was going to visit them, and it's the first time I drove from Kentucky to their house by myself, and I missed some exit. Next thing I know, I'm seeing where I'm coming into Ann Arbor. I'm like, oh my goodness, way past where I was supposed to be. Which I don't know how close Ann Arbor is to Canada. I'd love to go see the Niagara Falls. So yeah, those look the same. West Virginia, Northeast Montana, Ohio. Yeah, I do. I started using these. I put these on my thumbs and my fingernail when I do the mesh. I mean, sometimes it's hard to do that, but you know, it saves my fingers. I'm on the east end of town. Where is that, Evelyn? What town? I think I might have missed that. One thing I've been trying to do that I really want to do is I make wreaths out of book pages. And I wish I could figure out how to make the way I make the book, the pages, the way they look. I wish I could figure out how to do that with with deco mesh. You know, it's kind of like a dahlia flower shaped petal, and I'm trying to figure out how I can do it. I don't know if anyone's already come up with the way to do that. I mean, if anyone has and you know, let me know, because I think I would love to do one that looks like a dahlia. But like I said, I do book pages, wreaths made out of book pages, and the way I roll my pages, that's what it looks like. Although I've been meaning to do another live, making another one, because I did a live a while back making a wreath out of book pages, and I've been meaning to do another one to show another way, a different way to do it than what I showed in my first live of the wreath made out of book pages. And it's just it's just doing it. I'm having a hard time getting it through these little zip ties. I should have used the bigger zip ties here. But yeah, I think doing a dahlia on this board would be so pretty. So does anybody know if there is a dahlia petal out there for a flower? Because I would love to do one. Yeah, I follow Unique in the Creek too, Evelyn. Finish. All right, darling, I'll check that out. Well, I did a tutorial on that, Shirley. I have one on in my page that you're on right now. If you go to my videos and look through my videos, you'll see a live where I made the wreath using book pages shaped like dahlia petals. And then I'm going to do another one, because the way I showed it on my first live, I used all hot glue. But the second one, I want to do another one where I show an easier way and a faster way to do it. So, I know I've been meaning to do a lot, but like I want to do another dirty pour vase too. I bought some gorgeous colors to do a peacock pour on a vase. I think peacock I love peacocks. That was the theme of mine and my husband's wedding, and I just love those colors. The greens and the blue are my favorite colors. Green is my favorite color, and then with that blue and stuff, I just love it. So I bought the colors to do a peacock pour, and I bought a canvas. I haven't done a pour on the canvas before, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to pour it on my vase, have my vase sitting on the canvas, and then let that drain off my vase onto the canvas. And then I will take what drips on the canvas and I will tilt it and try to get a peacock look with that. So yeah, that's one thing I've gotten into right now. Doing dirty pours and clean pours using with the paint stuff, it can be addictive really, because it's just so much fun and relaxing. And you can also do this. I think I saw, I can't remember who it was. Instead of, like I took, I used a 21 wide roll of mesh. And then I folded, I cut it in half so it's 10.5 by 10. But I've seen it, I can't remember who did it, where they used 21-inch wide roll of mesh, and instead of cutting it in half, they kept it at 21 inches, and they made a larger, a wider, longer, bigger petal like this. I can't remember who it was that I saw do that. But yeah, I started doing a daisy with this petal. Because really, basically, daisy petals and sunflower petals are about the same, aren't they? I mean, if you look at the flowers, the petals look about the same. Well, Evelyn, I might end up having to do more. I'm not sure. So I'll probably, if I do, I'll end up showing how to make the petal again. But if not, then you can replay this, and I show how to make the petals in the beginning, so you can watch it on replay. Well, I'm glad you're watching, Betsy. Glad you found me. Now, I haven't done a live in a while, so it was like when I did my first live, I was so nervous. So it felt like my first time again, where I hadn't done one in a while. And I started doing them earlier in the day when I'm home alone. Although today my daughter got off work earlier, so she's home right now. But my husband's still at work. Huh? But see where I'm at. So yeah, I'm gonna have to cut more petals. Will you go get me one of my 21-inch rolls of yellow mesh? It's in the box in my room. My craft room's a mess. I have so many boxes in there that I've gotten from Craft Outlet that I haven't even unpacked. I just call it the sunflower petal bev. I mean, yeah, I am using this petal for daisy. Lori, see? This was going to be my daisy. And I have a yellow, I bought some yellow stuff to make the center. But I don't think I'm going to finish it on the wire frame because I ran out of the white. And because it uses a lot more petals, it takes a lot more petals to do it on the wire frame. And it's a lot harder because, see, you have to use the pot cleaners, and you have to make sure you get them on there so that the petals aren't floppy. But yeah, I mean, I think the sunflower and the daisy petals, I mean, they look alike, if you could see, right? That's what daisy petals look like, right? And then sunflowers. I mean, I think they both come from the daisy family, whatever that's called. Ottawa, I hope I'm saying it right. Is that like Ohio toward Michigan or something? Angela? I know there is a daisy petal out there, and I've done a flower using it, but it's rounded. The petal is rounded instead of pointy. And I mean, it's pretty petal, and I love it, and I've done a wreath with it, that petal. But I just think that, you know, the daisies I've seen, they look like they're, I'm gonna have to put a bigger zip tie here. These small zip ties are just too small to fit this through, because this is thick. If I hadn't already closed them or zipped them, it would be easier, but yep. Oh, I already got those. But I've got 4 leaves I'm going to put on this, but I save that for the end because where I'm having to handle this, if the leaves were on it, it would cause fraying, more fraying, all that, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm saving the leaves for the end. I'll show you guys the back of the board when I get finished. Now this isn't, Lori, this is a Unique in the Creek board frame. I mean, I do wire frames, but when it comes to this flower, this type of flower, the sunflower or the daisy, it is so much easier to do it on the Unique in the Creek board. It's easier and it's cheaper. And you want to save money, as much money as you can, right? And I prefer working with zip ties over chenille stems. But you could put zip ties on a wire frame, but I just think that it makes this too floppy. And I'll try to push these heads over to make them look neater. I'm all about being neat, you guys. All about being neat. How much would I sell this one for? Well, I had this priced at $50. Like I said, I have 3 of these ordered. The first time I ordered any of these boards, I ordered them directly from Unique in the Creek, Canada, because they didn't have them on Craft Outlet and stuff yet. But then they got them on Craft Outlet and Amazon. I'm like, oh, that's just great, because, you know, if you spend so much money on Amazon, you get free shipping. And then if you spend so much money on Craft Outlet, you get free shipping. So if I'm going to order stuff anyways, why not just go ahead, if I'm going to order stuff off of Craft Outlet, why not just go on ahead and order a couple of these boards so I don't have to worry about paying shipping, right? Hi, Christina. Watching the news? Anything exciting on the news in West Virginia? So this will be your first time using one, Lori, when you get them in. I tell you, when I first got the boards, it was a couple months before I did one because I was kind of nervous at first. It was kind of intimidating at first, but then after I watched a number of Lori's videos, I finally tried it, and then after I tried it, I'm like, I love using these boards. And the character boards, because I like to Mod Podge. So, and I Mod Podge like gift bags that I'll see gift bags that I think are pretty, and I'll buy them and cut them and Mod Podge them and to make a sign like that's I did for Christmas. I would get canvas boards and then gift bags, and I would Mod Podge the gift bag onto the canvas board to make my signs. And then with the character board, you can Mod Podge it straight onto the center of the character board, because in the center of the character board there aren't holes, it's solid. And you can I sound like a commercial for Unique in the Creek, don't I? I might have to start charging some fees for advertisement. Oh. I did Amazon Prime free trial, so yeah, I got them free shipping, but yeah, I ended it because I don't order enough off Amazon to pay for that. Although, you know, you do get other benefits with Prime, but still. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put some dabs of glue on these petals to hide some of the zip ties. Pull that to make sure they're ladybug. I've not tried the ladybug or the bee or butterfly or anything. Or I saw Isabel from Sparkles in the alt, I guess that's, do the hummingbird, and I'm like, well, I couldn't do that. That's just like way too much for me to handle.
Are you gonna need more petals?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I'll have to cut more petals. Hopefully I won't. We'll see. Because I already have my center made to put on this. I did a tutorial video on how I showed how to make the center that I'm going to put on this. So if you want to see how I make the center, you can go to my videos and look for that tutorial. I actually made two tutorials using different. One was using burlap ribbon, and the other one was using braided ribbon. So I have those two tutorials in my videos. So, and this is the center, this is a burlap center that I'm going to use to go in here, which I'm going to, well, I might not need, I'm going to put one more roll of petals and then this in the center. So this is the center I made. And I did a tutorial showing how I made that. So let me see how many more petals I'll need. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 petals left. Yeah. I'm gonna need about 7 more petals. Unless I can get these in here and not have any empty spaces between them. I don't know, we'll see. Gotta find, my tails are too long. I mean, usually I cut them shorter. But my daughter misplaced my scissors. I didn't see. I tell you, I was sitting here at the table and I was trying to cut the tails on these, and then I was having such a hard time with the scissors I had, and I looked everywhere for my. I even went out to my husband's garage and asked him if he'd seen my. He was out there working, and I went out there and asked him if he'd seen my scissors. He's like, no. And so I did the best I could with what scissors I had, which were horrible. And then I get finished with it all. And I just happened, I dropped something on the floor or whatever, so I bent over to pick it up, and guess what I see on the floor right next to me? The scissors that I was looking for. I mean, how crazy is that? But I already finished all of these, and it was late, and I was tired, and I'm like, it'll be okay. So, yeah, I have a YouTube channel, Shirley, but it's not under Tina's Country Door. My ID on my YouTube channel is, because I started it years ago, TMM41301. I can put the link in the feed, the comments, when I get finished with this. I mean, I have all my lives and my tutorials on that I've done on my YouTube channel, but also where I've only been doing this for like I said, since last September. So I've had my YouTube channel a lot longer than that. And I deal with a lot of chronic illnesses. So I have videos on my YouTube channel talking about the chronic illnesses that I live with. So there are just different things on my YouTube channel. But yeah, I have my live videos, my lives, and my tutorials on my YouTube too. So it would be great if you went and followed me on my YouTube. I mean, the more followers I've learned I could get, I could actually get, what do you call it, affiliates or whatever, like with Amazon and stuff like that, where if certain things I buy from Amazon for making my wreaths, I could put the links. I don't know exactly how it works. I can put the links on my page. If someone clicks on that link to go buy that certain item, then I get credit. I mean, I don't think it's a lot of credit, but every little bit helps, right? Where did I find that hole? But I don't know how many followers you have to actually be able to do the affiliate thing with these companies. Yes, I have a video showing how to make this pedal. I have a video just making this pedal. So, and that's on my YouTube channel and on my Facebook page. So, it's not making the flower, it's just showing how to make the pedal. So, you can replay this and see at the beginning, although I may have to make some more here in a minute. So you can either, go back and replay this and see at the beginning I showed how to make the pedal, or you can go look for the video that is just me making the pedal. So it's whatever. I may not need to make any more pedals because those are, yeah, I may not need to. That would be really great if I don't. You're welcome, Angela. Why'd I do that? I haven't even got my zip tie in yet. Thank you, Christine. It's my trying to be a perfectionist is why they're so neat. But yeah, I would definitely recommend you cut these tails shorter than what I cut them. It's easier. My Facebook page, Bev, is Tina's Country Door. And if you want to get alerts when I go live, on this video right now while I'm live, if you go up to the right hand corner of the screen, you'll see like 3 little dots. You click on those 3 little dots and there'll be a drop down menu, and there will be a selection to click to get alerts when I go live. So if you want to get alerts for when I go live, you can do that. I don't know how the other alerts work. So I know people say you could type in alert or something like that, and I think I must have missed the hole. No, I didn't. So that's the only way I know that they work. I just happened to mistakenly find that one, happened upon that one day. I'm like, oh great, now I could tell everybody how to get alerts for my videos. But yeah, my page is Tina's Country Door, and I would really appreciate it if you went and liked it. I've got like over 900 and some followers, so I've almost got 1,000 followers. And when I get 1,000 followers, I'm like going to do a happy dance, because I can't believe that I've got almost 1,000 followers. It's just like, it just amazes me that people like to see my stuff and watch me, and you know, it's just, I never thought I'd end up doing this stuff and people would like it. I can't find that hole. But I am my worst critic. There it is. Thank you for sharing, Debbie. I really appreciate that. I really do. It is so helpful in this community to share. I mean, I have learned so much too from watching other people. And I wouldn't have found those other people if other people hadn't shared, you know, like their videos or pages and things. So it helps so much. Pull those. So, has anyone been hit with allergies yet? It has been horrible for me. I mean, I'm like living on Benadryl. I'm taking everything there is to take for allergies, except for allergy shots. I'm supposed to take allergy shots once a week, but I stopped taking them. But I am on every other medication there is for allergies. Benadryl, Claritin, Zyrtec, Zyzel, but still my eyes water, my nose just running. I made sure I took some Benadryl before I started my live video, because I didn't want you guys having to listen to me and my sniffles and my nose running, my eyes watering. So not in each one, Teresa. It's like every other one I have to put 2 petals, and then every other one I just put 1 petal. I will show you the back of the board when I'm finished and show you which ones I had to put double petals in. So you'll be able to see the back of the board when I'm finished, and you'll get more of an idea of how I had to do the petals. And another good thing about this board is the back is so neat. When I do wreaths on my wire frames, I buy like placemats, round placemats from the Dollar Tree to put on the back of my wire frames to hide all of the pipe cleaners and everything. But with this board, you don't have to worry about that. Which I'm not dissing wire frames, okay? I still use wire frames. But when it comes to making these flowers, this is my favorite to use. So. Well, I hope they helped you, Evelyn, with that. And I've been meaning to go to the doctor, but I hate going to the doctor. I keep putting it off. I need to go see my allergist and get back on my allergy shots. I give them to myself at home. But I have to buy the needles, the syringes and stuff, and those aren't cheap. So that's why I stopped taking them. But yeah, I give them to myself at home when I do it. Now, if I had to cut more petals, I'm not going to be using my wood burner. So I'll have to still be more fray, but after I fold the petal and form it and everything, it won't show any fray. But I love using the wood burner. I love it. I started to get me one of those, what are they called? Sealers. But they costed a lot more than the wood burner, and I wasn't willing to put that much money into it. When I got the wood burner at Hobby Lobby, used my 40% off coupon, and it was only like $8. So, and then I'm using, because you have to use it on glass to cut the mesh. So I'm using a picture from the Dollar Tree, the glass out of the picture frame. I cannot find that hole. But I'm using the glass out of the picture frame to cut the mesh on, using the wood burner. I have burnt a few spots in my what do you call it, board thing here. I can't think. Rotary mat? Yeah, my rotary mat. I have a couple burnt spots because I went past the glass and it touched the. I cannot find that hole. I don't understand why I can't get that hole, you guys. Oh my goodness. So, but you definitely want to be careful with the wood burner. Now with the sealer, you know, it doesn't get hot so you don't burn yourself. But with the wood burner, it gets so hot that my tip actually turns blue when I have it plugged in. So I have to be extra careful. And at first, my husband and daughter didn't think that it was safe for me because they say I'm too accident prone.
Open on that one thing.
That's why my husband won't let me deal with tools. But anyways, they didn't have faith in me that I could use the wood burner and not get burnt or hurt. But I have been doing just fine. I have not burnt myself one time yet.
I'm so worried about it.
I'm extra careful. Pat said hi, Skylar.
Hello, Pat.
But I'm extra careful with the wood burner because I know that if I got burnt, it would hurt really bad. I mean, that thing gets so hot it turns blue. And I could only imagine. I mean, I know what it feels like getting burnt with my curling irons or my flat iron. So I couldn't imagine how bad it would hurt if I got burnt with the wood burner. So I'm extra careful with that. Yeah, Angela. It's not that I'm not klutzy. It's just that sometimes I really don't know how it happens. It's not, okay, why they think I'm this way. Why they think that it's not safe for me to use a hand tool. My husband, I want him to show me how to use a saw because I like making signs for myself. I like making wood signs, and he has some pallets that he got from the hardware store in our town, and I want to cut them up and make signs because I do that too. I make signs too. And he doesn't have time to really. My husband works 3 jobs, so he does not have time to do it. And I'm like, I can do it. Just teach me how to run the saw. He's like, nope, not doing it. He won't let me. Nope, won't even try to show me how to do it. And I keep joking and saying, oh, I'm gonna go and I'll figure it out on my own. But he's got one of those table saws. I think they have smaller saws that I could probably order and use, and it wouldn't hurt myself, but then I don't know. But yeah, I make wood signs too. And a lot of them I put on some of my wreaths that I made. And my style more leans toward farmhouse and country because I'm a country girl. I live in the country, and that's just the style I like. So I like doing those signs. And then, you know, I have so many other ideals of stuff to do, but I can't do anything if I don't have the wood cut to do it. Yes, I wear a mask, Betty, because I have a restrictive lung defect. So it's really important for me to wear a mask. So, very important for me to wear a mask. I don't need any more damage done to my lungs. I mean, I already use inhalers and all that stuff, so. I mean, I didn't get one of those masks like Lori from Unique in the Creek has, or I just got, the mask I have really is for allergies and pollen and dust, because I'm severely allergic to dust, and then with my allergies are really bad. So that's really the mask I use, because I looked at the respirator masks, and they costed quite a bit of money. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just stick with my allergy mask and my, you know, where I have the wood burner. I don't know. Maybe if get the money one day, I'll buy me one of those fancy masks. I don't know. So the kinds of mesh you could cut with the wood burner, I think you could cut anything but actual fabric or paper. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what all you can cut with the. I just know you can cut poly burlap, regular deco mesh, I guess burlap. I'm not sure. I haven't had my wood burner long. I don't know, I don't know what type of respirator to really get. And then the ones because I looked on Amazon, and the ones I was going to order, it was like $17, but then the filters didn't come with it, and I had to buy the filters separate. And by the time I bought the filters, it was going to be like $40 or around that much. So I'm like, that's crazy. But then I know I mean, it is important for my lungs to take care of them, but when it's summertime, I'm going to have to cut more petals. Do you guys want me to cut petals and finish this, or are you okay with me finishing it on my own and then posting a picture later? No burlap? Okay, I wasn't for sure if it could cut burlap. No, I don't cut outside, but I do try to open the windows in the house because I do it here at my dining room table, and I've got a high A-frame ceiling, so it's real, you know, I've got a lot of space for that. All right, and then I'm going to have to cut some more petals because I ran out. I did not anticipate having to double up on the petals. I have to cut 6 more petals. So, let me put this to the side. Now, I usually have my mesh on my mesh holder, but it's not worth bringing it in here for just, how many petals did I say I had to cut? I forgot how many petals I said I had to cut. 6. Let's cut 6 more petals. So actually, with 6 more petals, and then I've got 4 green petals, it takes almost 2 rolls of 21-inch mesh, but not exactly. Where with a roll of 10-inch mesh, it takes almost double that. It takes almost 4 rolls, so it's still, my sinus is wrecked. It's still economically, you know, better to do the 21-inch mesh. I gotta get a drink. My sinus is starting to act up. All right. I'm going to have to flip my rotary map around. I need to get a bigger one. I told my husband, I have a table in my craft room, but it's not wide enough for me to sit in there and really do lives or a lot of my wreaths, because it's very narrow. So I told him I need something wider, and he talked about going to Lowe's and getting a piece of plyboard or plywood or something, and just making it wider and just nailing it down on top of that instead of me having to get another table, you know, which the one I got, I need my rotary cutter, Skylar, please. It's in there in one of my jars or laying on my table. But, sorry that I wasn't prepared for this, you guys. I didn't want to keep you on this long. It's like over an hour and a half. I'm getting ready to, Betty, show the fold. Well, I'm glad you guys are sticking with me.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for dinner?
I don't know. I'll leave dinner up to you since I'm doing this. Sinuses. I tried to even this out, so I will find a line and I'll try to stay between, even if it curves, try to stay in the middle of it when I first cut this off. I've learned that with the wood burner. If you really want to get it even, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think I need a new blade or something for my rotary cutter. It's not been cutting good. I cleaned it, but okay. But what I was talking about with the wood burner, I know my sinuses are acting up. You see these lines going this way, right? And then where it's checked, you get in between those 2 long lines and you stay within those 2 lines all the way to the end. So it's, you know, perfectly even, which I don't know if there's anything really perfect, but okay. So I cut this 10 inches. Put this up here. They were worried about me with the rotary cutter. So I got one that has the lock thing on it. Although I haven't cut with it, it wasn't my fault. Okay. So 10 inch, I said I need 6 of these. So I suggest if you're clumsy, get a rotary cutter with this thing on it. So when you get finished, it locks and you don't accidentally cut yourself. I got it at Hobby Lobby and I used my 40% off coupon, so it didn't cost a lot. So I'm cutting these 10 inches. Well, I might have to change the blade on my rotary cutter. But yeah, my husband's supposed to make me the top of my craft table wider, so I could do. He's tired of seeing all my craft stuff in the dining room on the dining room table, which I am too. I mean, I like to keep my house straightened up and keep a lot of times my stuff in here where I'm doing projects because I don't have enough. Why is that not enough space on the table in my room? And I definitely couldn't do lives on my table in there because it's like maybe 20 inches from like this to the wall. I don't have enough space to put my phone up and do a live. 3. No, I'm boxing that, Tina, and then I'm going to get it shipped out. PayPal will send you a notification when I take it to the post office. They'll send you a notification, and you'll be able to track it all the way through PayPal. So I have to get the box. See, I have boxes. I usually keep 22 by 22 and cut them down to 6 inches. But your wreath is 24 by 24. So yeah, I have to get that box. In which I order mine through Lowe's and I get free shipping because I have a Lowe's card. So that's pretty cool. That saves me a lot of money. And what I do is I get my boxes. They're usually like 22 by 22 by 21 or 18 or something like that. And I just use I have a tool to cut the boxes down. It scores the box and I cut it down to like 6 inches. So it ends up being 22 by 22 by 6. 4. But I'll let you know when I get that shipped out. And then, as I said, you can watch it through PayPal. Track it through PayPal. That's one thing I like using PayPal for. I like the shipping through PayPal. I know I'm excited for you to get your wreath. When you get it, I hope you take a picture of it and post it on the page. I'd love to see it on your door or wherever you put it. I can't believe, I mean, actually that wreath just came together. 5. Yeah, when I finish doing this, I'm gonna cut it 10.5 because this is 21-inch mesh. So I just cut it down the middle. Now, if I was doing using 10-inch mesh, roll mesh, I would be cutting it 10 by 10. But like I said, using 21-inch roll saves money. Because with these, unless you have thick decal mesh that you can't see through, then you'll need to double up on the cuts for the petals. And you can see through this, so that's why I decided to double up. I mean, it's not as thin as the daffodil roll, yellow daffodil roll, because that's really thin. But it's still, you can still see through it. So yeah. So I decided to double up on it to make the petals thick enough so you can't see through them. All right. And usually I cut these up early in the morning or late at night, and I have a real heavy cutting board that my father-in-law made me. It's very heavy. And books I'll put on top of it and let it sit all day or overnight so it flattens them out and makes them easier to work with. Especially when you get toward the end of the roll. You know how it curls up real bad at the end of the roll. So I usually do that to flatten them out, make them easier to work with. I'm trying to hurry up and cut this, you guys. When is Easter this year? On the 19th? I thought it was the 21st, but I think my daughter said it was the 19th. Oh, there goes those sniffles. No, I don't always double the mesh, Rachel or Kathy. It depends on the quality of the mesh and if you could see through it, how see-through it is, if I double it or not. Like if I get mesh, like premium mesh, and you can't see through it, or you can see through it hardly at all, then I wouldn't double it. But this you can see through, so that's why I doubled it. I mean, it's good mesh because it's really stiff, but it's still very see-through, so. All right, now I'm gonna make the petals. I keep a bunch of these cut and handy because I use those temporarily to hold them until I put them on the board. I don't have any awesome clothes hangers or anything, clothespins or anything. The 19th is a Friday. Okay, so then it is the 21st. That's what I thought, it was the 21st. Well, you can just fold them in half, Bev. But I tried that, and it just got too frustrating. I didn't have the patience for it. But yeah, you can fold them in half. You don't have to cut them. I mean, if that's the way that you like to do it, and it's easier for you, then yeah, you can just fold them in half. So, okay. So it's triangle shape. You bring this corner down, line it up with this corner, try to line it up as best you can. And now, well, that was a diamond shape. Now it's triangle shape. You bring this corner and line it up with this corner and line these up. And then I take my thumb inside this and I'll pull that down. Pull it and push it down. Just try to make these tails, which are not perfectly even, but I try to get them as even as I can. Okay, and I'll bring a tail over, the other one over, and I try to line it. See this tip up here? I try to line them, center them with that, and then I'll work at it until I get it shaped. Like I need to pull that up a little bit until I get it shaped like I want. When I get shaped like I want, I squish it together. Now wrap my thumb and finger around it and hold it till I put this around it. And this is just temporary. Oh, I need to put my finger guard on. No, that's going to split my finger open again. So, so does anyone have any big Easter plans? Used to, my family would get together and we'd have a big dinner and everything, but we don't do it anymore. I don't know, over time, I guess just family dynamics change and things, traditions just expire, I guess. But and my children are all grown up, and I only have my granddaughter. She's like 21, she'll be 21 months the 15th, and they live just a little bit over an hour away from me, so I don't get to see her maybe once a month. I get to keep her for a weekend, so I don't think I'll be seeing her for Easter. I don't have any clothespins. Well, I do. I have clothespins from the Dollar Tree, but they're not very sturdy, so that's why I don't use them. I'm going to have to find me some good clothespins, though. But for now, I mean, this works for me, so. And I did this too. I started this because when I was trying to do the flower on the wire frame, I was putting the pipe cleaner on them like this to attach it to the wire frame. So, and then it just didn't work out with the wire frame like I wanted it to. So can you guys see what I'm doing? And shape that. See, that's kind of lopsided. I don't know if you can see that. So I'm going to have to pull at it, push it down to get it the way I want it. Yes, Angela, Bev, yes to, do you have Easter plans, or yes to what? Oh, you guys, I asked if you guys were seeing what I was able to see what I'm doing. So is that what the yes is too? You can see what I'm doing? Okay, now it looks like this after I pinch it, but I'll push that in and make it dip in, and then take these, wrap it, because you see that right there? That lip, I want to catch that in the pipe cleaner, so I'll wrap my finger around that, and then I'll shape it the way I want it. Take pipe cleaner and wrap around it, and try to get the pipe cleaner above that lip there so it doesn't slide out. I'm showing the petals right now, babe. I don't remember last time we hunted eggs. Okay, diamond shape. This is a 10" by 10.5, and the only reason it's 10.5 is because I use a 21" roll. Usually I would use a 10 by 10, but the 21" roll mesh was easier for me and more cost effective. So this is 10 by 10.5. Having a diamond shaped. I pulled the top corner down to the bottom corner. Hi, Melva. Yeah, you'll see how I attach it to the board in a minute, Kimberly. Okay, so you bring that corner down, and now I take my hand and I hold this down. Try to line these up the best I can. Now I take this corner and I bring it over and line it up with that corner, okay? And then I'll push these down because I want to get that crisp line there. And I'll put my thumb inside here. I don't know if you see that. I'll put my thumb inside there, and I'll use that to pull this down to stretch that tail out so that the tails come out about even, okay? Then I'll take one tail, fold it over, the other tail, fold it over, and then I got to work at getting it shaped the way I want. When I get it the way, when it looks close to what I want, I pinch it. And I take my fingers and thumb and wrap around it. And then I'll start to shape it more because that isn't what I want it to look like exactly. So I just fiddle with it, fool with it until I get it the way I want it. And I take a pipe cleaner and wrap around it. And I have to have this thing on because the mesh is just too rough on my fingers. So if you have a hard time with the mesh tearing your fingers up, use these. It helps a lot. And these are what I use for my glue gun, so I don't get burnt. I bought them from Craft Outlet. Oh, my sinuses. Okay, again. Diamond, corner to corner. Triangle, corner to corner. I made these so many times that now it's just like second nature to make them. So and once you start making these and you get the hang of it, every time it's easy for them to turn out almost identical because you're so used to making them. So, all right, now I gotta cut the tails off. Now I try to cut the tails as short as I can with these scissors. One thing that helps, I try to fan the tail out so it's not as thick and it's easier to cut. Because if you leave it like that and it's pretty thick, it's hard to cut with scissors. So I try to fan it out so it's not as thick to cut through. And this gets messy. I'll have this stuff all over my floor. And see this, I know you can't see the fray, so you really don't need to use a wood burner. I mean, it still turns out good without the wood burner, but I like using the wood burner because that's less hassle I have to fool with when I'm making, you know, making them, cutting them up. It's my preference. And it helps with them not snagging against each other. My nose. So when I use the wood burner and I lay them on top of each other, when I stack them on top of each other to put books on or whatever, they don't snag against each other, so it doesn't cause fray. And so I just like using the wood burner. Marion, Ohio. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Ann. If you're just now joining, you could go back and watch the replay and see how I make the pedal and attach it, which I'm getting ready. I'm going to be attaching these to the board too. And then I'm going to show you how I attach the center. I'm not going to make the center in this live because I already made it. And I did a video, a tutorial showing how I make the center. And if you go to the videos on my page, on Tina's Country Door page, you can find that video and watch how I make the centers. Okay? But I'm going to show you how I attach it to the board, to the center of the board, when I'm done with this. When I did a daisy flower on one of those boards. I did so many petals because I doubled them up, and it took me so long to cut the tails off that I had blisters on the side of my fingers. See, now my scissors are starting to not work too good. I'm going to have to buy me another pair of these. Good thing they're only $1 at the Dollar Tree. See, this is why my tails aren't as short as I like them. Because these scissors give me a hard time. And these are even the ones I was looking for. I guess I can take this thing off. So my next live, I don't know what I'm going to do. I want to do another character board from Unique in the Creek to change it out on my front door. The one I have on my front door, it's been on there since the end of February. So I'm thinking about changing it, which, I mean, it's still a spring. I don't know, I did a live making the one that's on my front door, and it's springy, but I'm kind of like tired of it. So I want something different. So I kind of want to do another character board. But then I also want to do another wreath made out of book pages. And I'm going to do another dirty pour on a vase and a canvas. When I do the dirty pour on the vase, I'm going to, I don't know if some of you have watched me. I've done live doing dirty pour painting on vases. So I've got some of those lives in my videos. I want to do another one of those because I got peacock colors. Oh my goodness, this is all over the floor. But And the table. I have to vacuum that up. Anyways, I got purple, blues, greens, and gold to do a peacock pour, dirty pour on a vase. And then I'm gonna have that sitting on a canvas. And after it drips off the vase, I'm gonna take the vase off the canvas, and then I'm gonna fix it on the canvas to get to stretch it out. So I want to do that live too. I'm really excited about that. I think that's gonna be so pretty. Really, I don't measure how much I'm cutting off. I just cut it. Well, I would cut it shorter than this if I had better scissors. But the scissors I have aren't worth anything. They're not doing good. But usually if my scissors were good, I would measure from the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb and cut it off that short. But I'm having too much hard of a time with my scissors. And so that's why I don't have them. Titanium scissors. Where would I get titanium scissors? And how expensive are they, Betty? Okay. I guess I need to explain how I'm attaching it to the board for those who asked. All right. So, are there people who have never worked with Unique in the Creek boards, and then who have worked with Unique in the Creek boards? Let me know. Okay, for those who just started watching how I attach to the board, I take zip ties, and this is a Unique in the Creek board. It's already got holes in it. You can see in the back all these holes. I take a zip tie and I feed it through one hole. And the way I feed it through, look at the flat end. See that? The way it's flat. You want to make sure that's on the inside, because that's where you got to zip the other end of the zip tie through. So I feed that through one hole, and then I'll come up through another hole. See? I've got that there. All right. Then I'll take a petal, take this off, lay the petal inside the zip tie, and then start zipping it. I won't zip it all the way down though. I don't want it as tight as I can get it at first, because I need to still reshape my petal. I want to make sure my petal is perfectly the way I want it. I know I can't get it perfect, but I want it to be as good as I can get it. So I don't tighten it as tight as I can at first. I pull out my petal and I'll shape it to make sure I've got it the way I want it. When I've got it the way I want it, I zip that as tight as I can get it. And make sure those, yep. And I'll clip that off. Now usually I would already have these in here, the zip ties. Well, you can preload the board with just going ahead and putting all your zip ties in at first. But usually I just do that row by row. If I can find that hole. Where my tails are so long, I'm having a hard time finding those holes. I'm definitely gonna have to buy me a better pair of scissors. Sorry I'm taking so long, you guys. I might have to go on the other side. Where's that hole at? Those tails are so thick. I can't even see the end of my zip tie. I don't know what's in there. Well, it's got to come out somewhere. I just don't know where it's coming out. Why can't I find it? Oh, my battery's getting low. Oh my goodness. Oh, there, I got it. All right. Try to hurry this up from battery on my phone dies. I'm just using Deco Mesh Sherry to make the petals. And then zip ties to tie them to the board. It looks. Okay. Now, like right here, there seems to be a little gap, and I've said this a few times, but this is for anyone who's just joined. And you take a dab of glue and put it on this side and pull it to this petal so that it closes in that gap if I need to. So I might have to plug my phone in. I don't know what I'm gonna do if my flower dies. Well, not quite 2 rows, Betty. No, it's like right under 2 rows. Well, at first I had 64 petals cut out for it, but then I had to cut 6 extra, so it takes 70 10-inch cuts from a 21-inch roll. So that's how many cuts it takes. Right? It takes, wait a minute. I have 70 petals, and so really it's 70 cuts from a 21-inch wide roll, and there's 36 10-inch cuts in one roll. So see, it's not, I guess it's right at 2 rolls. So yeah. So yeah, this took, am I doing that right? Yeah, okay. Now I've got 2 more petals after this, and then I'll show you guys how I put the center on. And I'm going to have to plug my phone in. And that's going to mess up my way I've got it set up. I'll have to get the extension cord. Skylar, can you get the extension cord from under the bar? So I'm going to have to plug my phone in. I charged it before the video, but the battery on my phone, I have no idea why. I've only had this phone since like November, and the battery life is already down to 96%. So I hate this phone. I wish I'd never gotten it. It's a iPhone XS. I was much happier with my iPhone 8 Plus. So I definitely advise you to cut the tail shorter. Do you have a iPhone X, Betty? My iPhone X one, with my 8. All right, you guys, I don't want to make you dizzy, but I'm going to have to plug my phone in, so I'm going to have to move this just a little bit. Okay. Now if that is stay straight. Okay. Anyways, what I was saying. my iPhone 8 Plus stayed connected to my car radio, my car by Bluetooth. So if someone called me, I could talk to them through my radio. It would play my music through my radio. But the 10, I cannot get it to connect to my car. And it's very irritating. And I read that a lot of people are having that trouble with the 10s. I'm sorry I'm having so much trouble with this, you guys. These tails are just too thick. I'm trying to hurry. What are you about?
It's almost 6:30.
Well, why haven't you started dinner? My husband's going to be home from work soon. Well, I'm totally missing the mark. Alright, I think I got it. Thank you, Sherry. Here, I'm sitting here making this, and I told my daughter she could do dinner, and she's not doing dinner.
Because you really don't make all that noise while you're doing that?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. You might see me throw a hissy fit here in a minute. A hissy fit. Over this, there we go, I get a hold of it. Thank you, Angela. To pull that and make sure that's same level. I'm trying to hurry up so you guys, because it's been what, 2.5 hours. Thank you all for sticking with me, all of y'all who've stuck with me. I've got one more petal to do after this, you guys. One more petal. Yay. And then I can do the center. And then I can show you the finished work and then talk more about the board. Show you the back of it and how it looks and how to do the zip ties and stuff. My last petal. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through here and put dabs of glue on some of these petals. I seem like I'm missing a petal. I am. Oh my goodness, I'm one petal short again. I don't know how that's possible. So, have you guys ever seen anyone throw a hissy fit? I'm trying to hurry. because I know people don't like to watch lives very long, and I know you guys got other things to do. Oh. And this is being a pain. But, oh well. Well, it's got 70 or 71. I'll have to recount them. Man, I'm finished. Sherry. So, because at first it was like 64 when that's how many I had ready when I started the video, the live. But, I ended up having to cut more. So, I'll have to recount them and post. I'll put it in the comments how many total petals it takes. Which, I mean, I did so many petals because it's my OCD. I mean, I have to have everything a certain way, and I just wanted everything very uniform. So that's why I did so many petals. So, I mean, you don't have to do as many petals as I did. So. All right, this is supposed to be my last petal. And then I do the center. I've had people, I mean, I've had people, I think, okay, this is just me. I've had people message me or comment, oh, your video's too long, so I didn't watch it. I'm like, okay, that's your choice. But my question is, which I didn't ask them, but why do they have to tell me that they didn't watch it? I don't need to know if they don't watch it, you know? I mean, it's their choice if they don't want to watch it, but I just think, you know, it's just, it makes me feel, I don't know, a little self-conscious when someone does something like that. And I don't think, I wouldn't say that to someone. Or I'll tell them, I say, well, it's replay and you can fast forward through parts of it. You know, I mean, do you guys think people, I think it's a little rude for someone to do that. To say, oh, well, it's too long, so I didn't watch your video. Okay. But it might just be me, but yeah, I think that's a little bit rude. And with replays, you can fast forward through it. But, you know, this, if it hadn't been for having to make these extra petals, I would have been done already. But I didn't. This is the first time I made this exact sunflower on this board, so I didn't prepare for it needing extra petals, which I should have. So next time with my next one, I'll know. I'll know. I've got 2 more of these to make, and I'll know exactly how many petals I need. And that stuff gets everywhere. Okay. Get this in that hole. I mean, I understand people have other things to do and they can't watch it all the way through. And I understand that, you know, and they could always come back and watch it. I mean, I'll do that sometimes. I'll start watching a video and then I'll have to go do something. So I save it because, you know, you can save things posts so you can go back later and watch them. And then I'll go back later and I'll finish watching it. But I won't tell somebody, oh, well, you take too long. Or, I didn't watch your video because it's too long. I mean, if I don't watch it, I don't need to tell somebody I didn't watch it. I don't need to know if someone doesn't watch my video. But, you know, I don't get rude back, because that's not who I am. I just tell them, well, I mean, there is fast forward, but it's your choice if you want to watch it or not. Make sure that's lined up even. Okay. I still don't know if I'm going to be happy with this, you guys. See, I'm already looking at it and seeing things that I'm like, no, that just, yeah. I'll have to go back and fix. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, I'm going to have to go back and fix this. Okay, now when I'm done, I take these and I kind of try to turn them to the side to make it neater. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about in just a second. Try to get all these turned. Okay, see, I've got them all turned to the side, so. That's what I asked. I made a post on my page asking people how long they think a live is too long for a live. And some people are like, think an hour is too long for a live. But it's hard to do some things in an hour's time. Something like this. Okay. So the center. See, it's... So I gotta put that on there. I'll show you guys how to do that. Okay. Like I said, I made a video showing how I made the center, and it's in my video feed. So you go to my videos and you can find that video there. Okay. So I have it on a foam, and I'll take 2 pipe cleaners because I run these through, because see there's holes here that I didn't use, and I'll run the pipe cleaner through these holes to attach the sign. And okay, so I'll put these on here. I want to make sure I line the holes up right. Put that through, and I'll try to poke a hole through here in the styrofoam. So, but I can't get through with these. Can't get through because of the tails. But you can hear where I'm poking the holes in the. Try to make sure I line that up with the. That's the way I want to do it. Okay. All right. So I take these and I'll line them up with where I poked those holes. Lay them down there, and I cut 2 little square pieces of cardboard, or you could use foam board, or you can use felt, or whatever you want to use. I just put this on here. My glue gun's not working. It's on. I think it's where I just changed it. There we go. I put a longer nozzle on it, so it takes longer for it to come out, I guess. Then I'll take the cardboard. Ouch. I burnt my finger because there's a piece of some glue there. Ow. And I'll hold that there for a few seconds. Press that down. Oh my goodness, look. That peeled the skin off my finger. Can you see that? Yeah. All right. Yep, that's starting to hurt. I'm going to have to put something on that. Just hold that there for a few seconds before I attach it to the board. Okay. Now, find my top. If I can feed them through the holes where the tails are so thick. It's finding the holes. Well, okay, got that through. Have fun. I've done this before, I swear you guys. But it was easier because of the tails weren't covering the holes. Okay. Like that. So I'll flip it over to secure this one. I shouldn't have done that so tight because now I gotta get the other one through the holes. I just don't want it to come back out, so twist that so it won't slide back out those holes. So where I have to flip this up. And find that hole that I'm looking for. I might need to sit down and do this. I can't find it. There it is. Okay. Got both of them in there. Now, pull this tight. Make sure I got that the way I want it. See, I don't even know if I'm gonna like that. I'm sure I'll find something that I don't like about it when I'm done. Okay, now I'll clip those off. So there. And I'll save these little pieces that I clip off, which I don't want to clip them too tight, because, well, I can feed those through this hole right here. And I'll feed that back through a hole so it's not sticking out, so it won't scratch somebody's door. Oh no, I forgot. Today's Tuesday. My husband's out on duty, so it's hard telling what time he'll get home. I tell you, when he goes out on duty, there are a lot of nights he's out over 12 hours, or a lot of days it's 12 hours before he comes home. And I'm not exaggerating. Tell you, 4th of July, I actually went out with him that evening. He came that evening and picked me up. He went out at 8 o'clock that morning. And then he came and picked me up. It was about 6 p.m. And he had to stay out because of the 4th of July and everything that goes on with the 4th of July and with the fireworks and all that stuff. So, you know, I wanted to go out with him for a while. So I did, and he'd been out since 8 o'clock that morning, and it was at least midnight before we got home. So he had been out over 12 hours. That's like 16 hours. And it's nothing unusual for him. But that's what that looks like. Now I've got to put the leaves on it. Okay. Now I waited to do the leaves last because I didn't want them to fray really bad, where they go along the edge. And I flip this thing and handle it a lot. And before I do the leaves, while I'm thinking of it, to hang the board up, see there's single holes all the way around it, but right here are 2 beveled holes. And you could take a zip tie, feed through those 2 holes and latch it, and you can use that to hang it up. Okay, so I'm putting 4 leaves on this. And I'm just using 1 10 by 10 piece of green mesh. This is from a 10-inch wide roll of mesh. So now there are a couple ways you can do it. You can pull it in like this, meet the corners in the center, and scrunch it in and do it that way, or this is how I'm going to do it. You can just scrunch it from one corner to the other. And then you want to kind of bend it down to... Now, after I do this, I do take clothespins to shape to... Like if you put a clothespin on it and you to hold it, it would make... it will like train, I guess you could say, the mesh to stay in a certain form. You want to make sure you get these even as best you can, okay? But see that there? I'm going to take this zip tie, put it through that. Now where did it go? Fingers really hurting, you guys. What I put on when I get burnt, I use Carmex, that, you know, that stuff you use for lips, and it's really good. I think that's what I use when I get burnt. Make sure this is even before I tighten that completely tight. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Where am I? You know, when I make wreaths, when it's just me at night and I'm in here by myself or in my craft room making wreaths, a lot of times I'll turn other people doing lives on and I'll listen to them or watch them while I'm making a wreath. And I don't really pay attention to how long it takes. I just do it while I'm doing my wreath, and, you know. So you can, there are 8 holes and you could put 8 leaves on, but the person I sewed this, she already bought one and she wants it the same, which is not going to be identical. This one's actually bigger than the one she already bought. This one is bigger than the one she already bought, but I had 4 leaves on the one that she already bought, so I'm doing 4 leaves on this one. I don't even know if I did that leaf right. Yeah, I did. That first one. Pinch that. What are you making? Hot dogs and potato top.
And baked beans.
and baked beans. Hot dogs, tater tots, and baked beans. Sounds like a full meal, doesn't it? What are they?
They're these little brown things.
Which are what?
I mean, they're like tater tots, but they're just
What are they called?
crispy crowns.
Huh.
How do I even know that?
Well, make sure that leaf is even. And when I'm putting 4 leaves on here, I'm going to every other hole. See, there's one, and then I skipped a hole in here. I know. I just want to hurry up and get this finished before I get a Band-Aid or anything to put on it. What's wrong with my hand, Cheryl? I burnt the skin off of my finger. See, from hot glue. And it wasn't even, all it was I accidentally touched it. A little bit of hot glue dropped on the phone and I didn't know. And then when I was trying to put that pipe cleaner on, and my tip of my finger hit that drop of glue and it burned it and it peeled the skin off of it. So yeah, I'm going to put some Carmex on it, and that always helps me when I get burnt. I always go straight for the Carmex and put it on my burns, and it helps them heal faster. That's not gonna, well, yep, I don't like these short zip ties. They're just too short. They're 5.5 inches. So next time I'll definitely get longer ones. But I mean, I thought they were a good deal. 1,000 for $7 and something, right? I mean, I get 200 at Walmart, a pack of 100 for almost $3. So that's like 200 for $6. So, and which they're good zip ties, just I don't know that they're good for this. If the petals weren't thick as they are, then yeah, they would work. One more leaf. And then we'll have the finished product. Well, I might go back and tweak some things, but no, it's not fabric mesh, Cindy. I've never worked with fabric mesh because it costs too much money. The most expensive thing I've worked with is poly burlap, which I like I really like poly burlap. I made a few sunflowers using poly burlap, and I really, really like them. But this is deco mesh. So, but I made sunflowers using poly burlap on the board too. I posted pictures of those on my page, so you can go to my photos and see pictures of those. Make sure that's even. Okay. I think I've got it, guys. I think I've got everything. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Am I? Nope. All right, here it is. I don't know how far back I can stand. So that's the finished product. Hey Pat, here's your flower if you're still watching. One of them. All right. Now, like I said, I have a video, a tutorial on how I did the cedar. Here's the back of it. I'm going to talk to you about the back. So usually, like on a rose or any other flower, you just use these holes, okay? But I used the hole from here to here. I doubled used the hole. I guess you could say double used them. I don't know if that's even a phrase, because I didn't want there to be a big empty space in between my petals, because my petals are skinny. See, my petals are skinny. And if I hadn't used this extra space, there would be that big of a gap there, and I didn't want it. So I double used the holes. So usually with flowers, like with my other sunflowers where I use poly burlap, I didn't need to use these holes because the poly burlap was wide enough and thick enough. But with this, with the deco mesh, I needed to use those holes. So you see, and how I doubled them up there, and then here. And then this is from the center, and I just took the ends of the pot cleaner and pushed them down in the hole so it won't scratch the door. It's soft. So see the back is all neat and everything. So that's the finished product, everybody. Sorry it took so long. At least now with the other two I have to make, I know exactly how many petals I need, right? Hi Diane from Florida. So yes, I doubled the mesh. And I used 21-inch roll. I cut it at 10 inches. And then I cut that at 10 in the center. I cut it down the middle, which is 10.5 inches. Now you don't have to cut it down the middle. I mean, I guess you could just fold it over if you want without cutting it and doing it. I mean, if that's what you want. I tried doing that, but I got aggravated with it. So I decided I would just rather cut it. That's just my preference. So, but you can just fold it over or you can cut it, whatever, you know, is easiest for you. Thank you, Sherry. Oh, I've already sold this one, Brenda. But, I mean, if you want me to make you one, you can send me a message. And, you know, I'm making 2 more of these because the lady already bought one off of me. And then she's ordered 3 more. So, this is the first one. I've got 2 more of these to make. But, I mean, if you want one, you can message me about it. This wreath, I have it priced at $50. No, it didn't fray at all, but Terry, but that's because I used a wood burner to cut all the mesh, and that kept it from fraying. I'm so glad you like it, Pat. I'll get this sent out. I've got to put it in the box and figure out the weight and all that stuff and get the shipping. And then I'll get it sent out to you as soon as I can and get started on the other 2. So, but no, Terry, I used the wood burner and that kept it from fraying. So, and then also, even if you don't use the wood burner and you just use a rotary cutter, the way you fold the petals, you don't see the edges of the mesh. So there is literally no possible way it's going to fray, because all the end of the mesh is folded into the petal. So no, these sunflowers don't fray. No. Thank you, Diane. Well, I hope you guys learned something from my video. Thank everyone for sticking with me. I really, really appreciate it. And if you have any, check out my page. It's called Tina's Country Door. And right now, I've got right under 1,000 likes on my page. And I don't know, if I get 1,000 likes, I might do a special live and maybe a giveaway or something. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a big milestone to get 1,000 likes. I never thought I'd get that many likes. Thank you for watching, Bev. Are there any questions about anything? I mean, I'll answer any question you guys have before I end the live. Well, I'm glad, Nicole. I hope you enjoyed the video. I mean, it's a bit long, yeah, but I mean, throughout the whole video, I show you bit by bit what to do. And, you know, I'm not just talking and not doing anything. I'm actually working on the flower. So, thank you, Peggy. She's working on supper right now, Tina. She's making hot dogs and chili and what she thought was tater tots, but they're, what are they?
Golden crowns.
Golden crowns or something. She thought they were tater tots, but they're something else. I don't know what they are. Well, no, there's a large flower board, Brenda, and a small flower board. This flower board is the large flower board, and it's 15 inches. I've never worked with a small flower board. So, thank you for sharing, Brenda. Thank you, Anita. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How was that smaller before? I don't understand the question. Yeah, yum, yum. But, any other questions? I want to make sure I've answered all your questions before I finish the live. Which, I mean, if I don't get to any of your questions now, after my live videos, I always go through all the comments, and if there's anything that I didn't see while I was doing the live, I will answer it after the live. So, Nicole, I get the flower boards from Unique in the Creek, or you can get them from Craft Outlet, which I ordered. When you order from Amazon, you can get them on Amazon. You have to order 5 because they'll only do 5. But then on Craft Outlet, you could get singles. So I ordered 5 on Amazon once, and then on Craft Outlet, when I placed an order for mesh and stuff, I ordered a couple more. And then you can also get them from Trendy Tree. Oh, yeah, well, she bought one before, and it only had 2 rolls. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that's what, but yeah, the one she bought before, it only had the two rolls, and this one has the 3 rolls of petals. So that's how it's smaller. So, I mean, this isn't exactly like the one she bought before. It was just a little bit different, but not by much, so. But the other 2 that I'm making are going to look identical to this one. All 3 of these are going to look identical. It's just that first one, I had already had it made, and I did it a different way, so it doesn't look identical to this, and it only had 2 rows of petals. So, well, I guess, what time is it? Oh, I've been on here 3 hours. So I'm going to let you guys go, and I hope you have a good night, and I hope tomorrow you wake up to a bright sunny day, and you have a good day tomorrow, a good rest of the week. Thank you all for watching and sticking with me. Until next time, bye.